de dwumadie no ekoso no yes sumo 200,000 delegates kwa na Bobie bebre wu mi engofo wu ye enso mu kwanso ayesi wo ma wu engofo wu ye wu okutare card so okono akocho aba ekwa ya yesi wu bebre si wonu mo kwa ya o mu dini mafia se de cafe e ka no mafia no anatese o mu so after solo yesi obeti but solo enti moving for change for ne mehu videos Ashanti region enkofo edi machi a omo ba na ja osunu kra ba ye wo se osunu yi muda from na afafranto
afafranto de se na otwi mienu no wawu
dabi ye tie ye na omo se na otwi mienu na wawu ana akwakọ nyini ya ene Ghana fa na nyina me yi database on dipa dodo a science omba bigi afafranto achi a enye nwa kire se memburu ni nye ni adwuma ye one more mudi MBB ni NDC enemy one promise job vice president when you bring when go for money what say it is possible the campaign message ano say it is possible ya ni ekubie akoso modam na ko fadipa so sa adwene na won go vote mu no won fa adwuma sem bia ma mebunu mo munye eno tina aye ni bresem a mebunu no a enembo se skura ofa your friend say osuwa no mo a abayua a wosisuwa ni poku so say o frɛ bema eje de photo ono so nyan ko be hye kawani a friend Mrs. na so di obedie ni ho na komu na ko busa se na wo nsa no dwuma na se wako school da no wa university degree a chewo enu nya dia afrafranto ba se ya sesemu 1992 na Jerry Rollins aba 2000 na kofo aba na 2009 na James aba na 2017 na president Kufuor aba na sala mebu ni nya gba e dia transformational change and so 7 year by 2024 no dia we are there
Ansah watimi aye because trade minister trade and industry
fantastic
minister for 7
fantastic wo kasa kra na ameme hu se nyame odo he enyo rural nchemantia enen ka Toyota Nissan Kia VW ni eyi aje asambo do kromo a wo be hu asambo ni Ghana kenia otenas and otro policy ana policy de kofa hu so eyede e baye wasanso akura ya kofar by one district one factory omampani wo omampani wo kromo hon mo ukura tumi pa nya sa ya ka se yempam finance minister keroforiata no enyo omampani go reje rechi se tumi bi di lechi NBB fu wo bo me party dada no so be di no kura mo ho a wo mu nim sa memo ni nkoyi wo sia we mfikira no mo kwan wo be nipa mu a mo be yi akan abu akan no na ma betena na ma toto apa
part of a memo na enkoyi no
part of the memo na enkoyi
no trade minister Lanche Martin was part of the memo ebini de ana ninsanu nyuma ni bi ni se enne said dia wo kan trade and industry and Kagana industrialization industries factories under his words as a sector minister trade and industry nanka graduate for ni bebrani adwuma ye emeburu bebrani adwuma ye but ye nim wo Ghana ha say Lanche Martin eye minister no trade investors bebre free Ghana dwaneko
first of all Ora la chama tede de krata to wo se wo jai ofra me mu guta so no guta insida se trade minister base wo free so na guta actual citation se more pia akwapa no kwafo what di no kra wo kakra ye de ma ho because we trade minister all the policies never share trade yani MPP abai you believe in the private sector se ankron dwumadie e de mo man bia e de epija ankron dwumadie be koso pa ade e friend taxation interest rate e wo se kofo one mo na you responsible for interest rate ne taxation kromo a e do nye trade minister dwuma so tiase what na one ma e na ko bo besia wo banka ye de jo 40% 30% e be de trade and industry minister na dwuma koso ono shisha interest rate taxation one mu dwumadie oman no trade and industry ministry why export development policy by 2030 or so man you close to $25 billion every export to Mugwa. Sadi no say penny na o ye na dwuma ho wo tumi enya besia f4 wo tumi dia ko ba na dwumadie one na esa dwuma no wo nya finance minister kan gabi wo tie hwe ye tie obia no wo ko nya governor of Bank of Ghana also na hwehwe say ye exchange rate the currency no I stable wa tena ho no was okum say no a wo se be ye because ye hwe buku 2% trade and industry minister no nya de enu nti na wo catch us say enya dia eye nwanwa say o ma bie no wa develop the industry and I say the industrialization policy enko ne eno no so all promise amount nti why consistent with the policies afrafranto ye buy on the 25th of September ye did two just say ye de ye ko content kroy e de no gina so was ye ba no agricultural revolution twia omo wotie o ye businessman kafu ye businessman e mo agra so share bibia tade because the moment of cars are media lo so dare free bibia now the ube baka de all kire wo say twia ne ye be hyem kena na twia ne ye be hyem kena keke wo ye disika ta kire okwe wa mo sika mo akodua no ban no wo se this time de ba ko hekwiafo pa ne se no ban ne ba no mo asan so hwehwe de oba beto na me mmra nnua no ban na me wi amasa ba e marketa enti ye be mba kweku a ti se de koko ye mango fokoto no ye discover time we chiro maboto
no so
na ye elections yi en wa ko fa franto abetena se omra me ma ye
election ba ka wa bizem
ni nyina
na me o me fi se wo ko fa number no ba be contribute to ye elections na wo ko fa franto so omra me ma ye election so wo jira na wo hwe no na wo
no se me komu a
enti on ka ho enti no at the end of the day you no contribute to
ni nyina part of it okay ubeto mu no album issue ne emi say central region pa na gina delegate bebre be kwa umuya udini ya ye didi ko ma ase ni nyina ye mafia tactics on say initially na mo ka say mo stronghold no grassroots
yes.
Say after say special delegate conference call so near maybe CC ba na ehun say Alan the stronghold ni ba bia na ho odi gina no grassroots nti mumu exit from salaries na say party ni mu kra no akwaya say Kennedy Japan so stronghold no akwaya grassroots wana na ho odi gina but okwa grassroots no so no bebre ho no mo a obi be kɔ no edi nim wawu edi wawu ni dinim ti eno ne enkomotwetwe a na kyese ekoso na
se ubuzaga
oba ka feature se ni nyina mafia tactics
no ye di bia no election mu enti o so kesi
waka o se constituency na 3 albums na eda ho ye
me ka kire nkofo se ye ti a ye ne ye twe ye free server abeya ya na ngofo fi se oral activity woni me left and right sebi adia eya owia se se wo dia kuma pass office process ni nyina ye omo ye ni nyina no ye nya wo mu ne se mo benya candidate mo party for na nkasa wo makoma mu efisi o de deserve se odi omo se de be ya o ton na o za o ton adia we de je ho a o ton we de o de pass ba de obi ko e ko wo se obi so a afi o ton na o ni enu nti ye ka kire se e form of no dodo na mpe uraba umia obi oba be kire wi ayi MPP mu obeka cho se ba Dr. Baumia no mu pedi bia sini hu enti ye won ko albums no ebi no kuta 5 6 7 8 depending on what how are you make ko ground so enti bi pie no e perpere yo na de do mu se ko akoye mafia ni bia so the main election national elections no obetu ya sa de mafia na ko ho ana that is a party the one where you want to go to another there enti M1 party no but me as a from Tony there e be me there because omunwie no na dodo na bebabu already that time was it bebre na giant bibi no makum enti when na ebe bo amana dead na omunyina ba afafranto because then this the omuntumi nkroso nko afafranto yi gina ho na o ma ba beto mo enti we nya wonwa omo tue sika omo yi ngofo ni afri abom na ekobo be tu na be show down say ebobo ba be da me hwe ba ku wa central eje dem ho no enya seketwa eje dem ho no na ko yesa nyoma we nyina ye wudum se okwa ko wiawia ba mu tia na so ko chim kofo seti wo se papa penimfo we fo mo nsan ko hye undertaking ase no mo so akọ de mo nsan ko se hyase aba ye tu wiye yes ji tu ayi sanse de besi bia se ewia mi o se ewia mi o magiato ni ebusa Kwabena ne Professor Michael Kway as a law professor political say ade na omo say no eye bind na say moral persuasion ai na dey moral persuasion ye sign ho ai undertaking that is ni ye di ada say ye kwa kodua banum ama Kwabena ne na party nkofo abre o party ni abrante otie yi wo say na bra bo nyina party mu adi mu na party na di ni hwamo to buy no who be your day fa say o person told you so go party you no the name because to be say adie na ye former party no I nim say a liberal democratic principles are can be mami gem ye gidi e no ye aye bi pasa na koyi ti be say the party no aye Nyadia, I was say a Koswa, so Sanya Mransa, same way you are. Because MPP a public institution, say their private property media, and can have a cry. Yeah, this is here. You bet me in an unlikely event of a president of my soil. Member tax account with what me woman. No, yeah, Koyana said, yeah, bye.
Okay, I was afraid to say issues, no, Kosu, baby, baby. Nkofo bebredin album nimu no nkofo raise issues pa we de mafia tactics we anodin na delegate 203,439 about to electoral commission hye na nkofo din enimi because electoral commission anase mo ayi no album no the electoral commission senimbi
Nana you see electoral commission album wa yede amano no ode ye adwuma so enti no me nwanwa se enkrofo ka se makwa kodu homidinim because within the constituency album no an yede ye constituency elections omre two constituency executive aba album no na constituency executives no de koto regional executives aba album no na polling station for the two electoral area coordinators so aba. And what has really changed? There's nothing much that has changed, but you see, Nana, sometimes reported speeches, a kwanye obi afaswa or reporto now or catch them or the assembly banner is also something that we should look into. But for us, and then we are more focused but because
no reporter no ojina
that is what I'm telling
you. And I say, be a minute, ojina ho entidie no coffee.
Nana,
say reporter.
No,
as a man can everyone. As I say, woman, a chum for you be a
no mucha.
I for you no mucha and phone go on Momudini.
Nana Yanka phone call. These are human institutions, so you know that. So
human institutions say constituency be a delegate. I have 1,000 and now 700 human institutions. So a party like NPP said the one kasa wo can say your quality from constituency about regional level a regional office and sana about national. 80 constituency police station be your horn manasem fancy constituency be your my delegate about 1,000 1,005 no. A human institution was say
you see 1,005 no no and I make a choice say album no there even and now more almost you have front they had the album before they left album ye be mawo now the album no aye adwuma nti so nkita album no be den wa ye adwuma so the album was there album no obia the two anamon no they all had it nothing has changed from the album
Kafi Bibia se sen free album no enkrofo dinim ene enkrofo wu wa album
no say we meeting bi wo kra me nwanwa
oh Kafi
oh nana nana eja ko
on say bakati kaye say nsem bi hono ma wo ka umfa obuo ma grassroots delegates
nana asema make a grassroots delegate obuo me fa ba
yes because say wo ka say nsem bi hono ma wo tia yo wanwa so delegate
so enti enya me nwanwa metie na o ka kire me say obi ti say me fan say youth organizer ya yes am an antoaba because on tua ni dues many me dues and fan chonana hear me nwanwa because enne
but ya video nso a police fu atwa youth organizer no kwahia ya attacking our
that is why I'm surprised because in this day and age utia would use you can show it even on the phone. So why would he have to go there and since when? And I say modality na the buy no fana election committee ne ka say untua would use won't me nkotoaba. By
attacking or voting center attacking
we need to understand more. We need to probe into that and find out why it is and some no so no crane because we know here and the MPP your launch you do say you can pay it is using the electronic means to pay utia you need to get an evidence on your phone this time when you don't have to hold hard copies. I am strange say o catch me say me to since me to aba. So these are all surprises nana yeti ye tua ye assess.
But say unim say mo beto aba ni bewie no enipa na wo mukuta wo card wo ye delegates constituency ye nimu ne say na media akome ye delegate wa ha me ye polling station executive wa ha okoye na ni dinim album ni dinim no wantimi anto aba ni bi no wanto bi enti aspirant be vote nensanka
there should be a reason why until to aba. Okay,
say ni dinim okuta ne card no na so okona say album ni dinim a omo wo other means be no more betimi.
No, that is why to each constituency there is an assigned regional rep to ensure that obetimi constituency executives now normal resolve this kind of differences are no. The party structures are clear. That so a bibi saba may say we should be able to resolve it as long as he is a qualified delegate to vote. Nana me meti hey me a delegate, me a constituency patrons chairman, Dome Kwabena. And then man kwan kotoaba all because my transfer me vote to the free dome at the Akko Atiwa East.
Okay.
And you catch them say once your vote has moved from Dome to Atiwa East, no, untumen tuaba barube to a patron. Until so they will find a substitute to replace you. It me kwa hono me kwa kotoaba. Because me kwa hono ma me din ni abon. They've changed my name. Because one move vote at the free at the Kwatiwa Eastern region. There are certain things and me ametia me nim pefe me din no na me nim se still that's your patron chairman ma call say chinchine twan pese me kotoaba. I was called ahead of time from the regional office with the constituency chairman say Kafui for voters ID card my pese ye we me dem almost Eastern region and I'm saying I saw unim say chairman me me vote to the free at the Eastern region or say and me sorry and ye abono untumi meto ba ye UDF film. I've been informed though. But the intro me let and can't say we ye patrons chairman nti ya sisi form. Na me sorry and Mrs. Stella me patrons chairman nti chincham pese me koto aba. These are petty things that if we don't look at it in the fan say me kasa we so na makodu on mu ni e sunsum ni e be ka say kafu kro kwa koto aba kra ya mananto aba no bi di aba ho reporter kafu kro ya igbeni one so yeah igbeni ti ya mananto aba no it will come
kafi wo dia wo but makati hwe enene nansa ena party ni mpanifo hia aspirant ni nyina omu hyamudie na chi no ena omu ye MOU emom do mo nsa hyase se de ebesi bia no fo asogitum won ka se wo to hu ko yesi no
see empesa afafranto asem ni
but won pesa no
afafranto suban no
but on pesa no se aspirant bi hunu se eye mafia tactics aha say ebia delegate nkofo we mu yi wo manim police station executive we mu ayi wo manim seminar wo mu pemie on beto abade amame aha say constituency we say na me wodom ha and then wa hunu say delegate ni koye no wo mo antimi anto aba ya intimidate me supporters wo mo antimi anto aba na onu ankasa trase hu say mo sheda mo boapa sa se bunyina no yibi na ma yese ye de bua nipa ba ko a na emfaso e wo so ene de he se mokọ yes anhia mu de no knowing very well ne ma ye e wo akire anase e wo sumu a mo pese bi a mo de ha aspirant bi ade no emfaso be ne beba so
Mama I want to say unity yenton was store unity and this a petition obetimi akona ya ma obi unity engineered with the conscious efforts and I would engineer for unity and you say 1 to 2 near my year a month for sign MOUs it still cannot hold them. They been say Alan sign bill but oko so I say ultimate engineering sanity so I documented me say if there's anything called useless so our document and it was a useless document. Useless in the sense say offer MOU a memorandum of understanding. Many cafe are engaging in the process cannot on our own enter into any memorandum of understanding. A year what organize it, I mammy knew that yes signs our document no. Into the 4 aspirants and the new patriotic party.
Okay.
Then there is a memorandum. So what is a reciter? Reciter say yes, you co-election on the 4th of November. Party na je to musi obeye na famudie. Ne se fata se so ye bia obeye. O fasa memorandum na professor. Yeah. Until se ono wanya until the party didn't have responsibility. Party need any role. If you take the memorandum of understanding now I didn't see the party committing itself by way of roles and responsibility. However, a committee aspirants no say omo sign no mon say they will not leave the party. That is wrong. Bogus. Odious. It is a nullity without any consequence at all. You see, it gives them away. Yes, now, a morbidity so then there is an ulterior motive. And until I would decide MOU ever. Look at the time at MOU number. In any case, all these 4 people no more election women. O ma sign back with that.
Omo di cancer.
Before 26 no almost sign be. So why are you changing the processes along the way? Into our sign we no our sign be not there no so it is binding document that was signed from day one. It should be binding on you if you really meant it. And now fin among some best sign for you. It then if you say na enjoy they get it. Rather concerns aspirants and areas you know have you addressed them? How well have you addressed the concerns? I say. You see, Nana Mimini say, as a CE parliamentary candidates, and say you flag bearer.
Okay. Certain biasana, moye no coffee.
Oh,
muyi.
But we trouble to say,
okay,
it creates problem. And it said, Jake, may he so rest in peace. When he was the chairman, or attempted to be bisa. So young Koyi National Executive Chairman Emra form. Do you get it? It took us some Mwabwati and a few people and a fighties out there publicly and an amaso. Don't say Oma Atenena and Abeyi. These are some of the things. Remember the yes, I know Baumia will win, and I'm telling you he will win. Say Afafanto any what have you know. You see, I am interested in going into election 2024. Hearing superior debate, argument, Alan Fan Dianama. What I say, Alan will be a formidable, what do you call it, independent candidate with Solo and others behind him. with Solo and others, the ideas will come from there. It will be a challenge for the 2 main parties, you know. MPP, NDC, John Mahama on the NDC ticket, and Baumia on the MPP ticket, a better burden on them to be able to bring out something superior than the Alan Nomudibeba. Because Akpaludu the Omamba Bobrabia, Omoya referees, Omudi ball, Nachi Timi Mobi. But Alan would down Obebo. So I say, if you have a candidate like that, a babwa, it will checkmate, sir, me new way, party me new way. Multimedia, yes, it's good. But Obo ye de no montomo. You see, a few weeks ago, na Soloba TV so their that's no national communication team member of the MPP. So I say Solo has defended to the what defend the MPP with the strength everywhere. One can go alaji. Oh, defend it. Enko yes no piazzo.
Oba show you na me ya na just one no dey again.
And now
Solo no begin gam so.
And now Solo go down about it.
Won't say COVID buy. Won't say Russia Ukraine. Won't say the bed. Hey.
On one I try to win now all the MPP because Afafanto is a movement. What I say, and it is good for democracy. Sana, and the Omomeka. They have started trying to explain. It's in Alan, the only 7 years old. Alan is the longest serving trade minister in this country.
Okay, former president.
This or channel before probably 2 now officer attacked no so they are. What I say is the longest serving. Alan Efusono. Na and the I-10 70,000. Or buy an I-10 28,000. Today I-10 70,000. Trade and industry. No. I Mattis. No, you're saying. No, 15,000. And Mattis and I'm saying 40. On prices no crossing me. Yeah. I have
45,000
and then quite 120, 150,000. Honda Civic. If you are not holding 220,000, you cannot get Honda Civic in this country. And
trade good for you, I citation.
Trade and industry minister, no. Toothpick, yeah, that's so crap. Do you get it? All these things have gone under. Alan has been part of this administration. Alan, a part. You see, a constitute misconduct. And then make us a Kennedy, you mean in Fimono. Oh, Ufa MPP constitution now, misconduct, any. Or see, breach of the duty to uphold publicly party policies. Until we are MPP in there, you must uphold party policies, bad or good. Yes, who's not solo? Can they breach way or convert him manufamu? What I say? My Janana committee was a waste of a committee. See, Marco Quede or so far would do bonny me won't be that.
What's the end?
So far would do bonny. Have not seen Professor Aaron Magokwe. Magokwe book Politics in Ghana. Now my next week the Beba. Oh, a brana Papa will trust our book. Rockefeller Award winner is not mean a person. And never man what throw book no more. Committee be Papa we are transferring people more than some money. Or nothing at Kotekole people and demand winning Kotekole. Soon we say, no, yet committee chairman. And Okoye and the court to crow and court. And no mad default judgment against Nino and Oti. And no mudi Addison Koye and a real money. What's up, BDB? And now, oh, see, a month fast sign, MOU, I win. What in your guy? What's I say? What's I say?
What's a
moral position? Or suffer, or your suffer, or yes, speaker of parliament, that, or your lawyer need. Bringing the name of the party into disrepute or public ridicule hasn't Kennedy done this?
Yes.
But overvetting, Emanifa Muyo, and no presidential candidate or aspirant. As into one deep party nina. Now Kenya will also move this sanitizer system and Kasa show dance. Now when the party man who threaten will be a misconduct. It is misconduct. What threatened the whole president? It's misconduct. And then they have allowed him. You see, this impunity, no, this impunity was Paul Afoko. When Afoko moved a motion to tame Kennedy, so suspended, and Akufo-Addo told you, say, no, you can't do it, it's a gem. That's Akufo-Addo's words I'm repeating to you today.
So,
a kahuna Paul won't be ye, no muko dia trouble good or so, and a deeper more. And then some swansoni. It says in your Diano, who be trap. Now, Diana and none will be a terminal, and no son swansoni. And I will be a jet to my nest. The party structures are weak. Be a jet to everybody, and now agrees MPP leadership no a weak. Because Akufo-Addo can't be a you. Nanabi cannot stand up to Akufo-Addo. He cannot. National organizer. What to me? Justin Kodua cannot stand to Akufo-Addo. 17 there. The time the near election lose 4 times. Until the 5th one well winning. All no Baba Kuntoka. Already ya castle on Akufo-Addo asem. Until we are bed there. Or be yes a massa. Until no on country. No swan ye be at the ashen or ato nro. When you 60 plus Obeko hospital. Why is it? Ube kunto kwa untimi na hospital go. And the heba distance so one share a December ba. Oh, and a party na yes and sen or I say and then tribini who ni after utiaso na obi.
Okay.
These are the issue. It we there yes. Me there afafanto beba. Baumia beba. Mahama beba. You see when I send them mystify after ne majumesi.
After never
Majumasi.
Where you are, Juma?
So they may try TV so me TV na me share debate no. Okay. Yes. Why ne bet me amuvu Ghana yi? Then we will do that analysis. Debate ne be move. You see me say 70%, 80% me and Hame. And yeah, there see a dwelling on it because election we are mukui. 1 vote, what we need. Who we need by 1 million vote, you are a winner. Who lose, what lose? Percentage and cash. Yeah, MP3 titles and yet 3 votes. And what do you call parliament? Speaker, how many votes no dear speaker? 1. Oh, yes, speaker. The number of votes I would be winning does not really matter to me. What we need. Intimacy at the end of this halabaloo, you know. Baumia will be the flag bearer of the new patriotic party. That is my happiness. I just want to be happy. Say at least for the first time, the elephant family ever realize it will put on their thinking cap and realize okay, party near T and near Dawson, not next room, minority groups room, until the majority groups are there so can cry. Oh, yeah, other people to come and help and then move the party forward. Oh.
Okay, so yeah.
My main team free say we a trade and industry minister. What she share ready ma gedi koso. Eto ye de toka so enye yin na dwuma. In fact, opese otisa de ni free wonti na ye be automotive development policy and ye assemble kaswa. That's the first thing. And ojira say owura na bon homode. Eto so biu abeye omotui.
The cars now started market.
Oh, come on, so far your export to best for Taba will free neighboring countries, Mali, Niger, you have to talk free.
Hey,
men make a choice. Men not that. Wait,
cray, I know I use cars crab before you.
Oh, baby, STC one. Opposite to Hana or more office. What do you call me? My data, women don't know what you were. We want to buy your campaign. By no problem, we don't have any difficulty at all. All na be bramo but ye was it
what how their campaign all profile
all some American
the campaign I would
almost come there na the woman say that we say cafe or bre so obe different idea into different the crow woman say and then one pa and then up see na me was obre because Nkapempe was in the pay. Obia no one ye bia maybe about 2 months ago because Nko put about 6 albums. A establishment for 9 years album no. To mudru grounds for no mo sha no mo Kennedy for na no adia ni yi album na nkofo bi eto aba no mo nti consensus okura o in fact ebi kura nye Ghana for alata for na eto aba they must be very very careful in this country
for
alata for
alata for no fi no mo to aba
eno na chiro se 2024 no ye be fi ani na alata for na begu kuro no mbeso mo kire se mo na to aba man no they must be extremely careful
alata for no constituency omo ye police station executive
and America sa album na ye ni yes police station for the omaship am from
some a wo ka dey say because album no every your friend say constituency ni ye call album na ye na ko say obi ewu wo mu na so bi man alata ni de e ye na constituency e dey na di kokoshi
album na da ho no e album 6 no ye ye hwemu a ye hwemu a and America tiro ye hwe da say nana wo ye Kennedy hu de bebre a na mo pia wa firim ya kofa the next album ne do bia him na oto aba I across the country but ehun sunsuaso no obehu no after 4 o'clock.
Okay,
now essence party nim so obedi boninti anoma omko science undertaking.
Okay,
na omo sa no se dipa bia wo di boni a ya na owura fibi nti hwede omo tro wo he na be hu se mpanifo we omo na shemrama Ghana bebo nyira oral anchamanti aba no hwe point 6 of the MOU timeline and duration. This MOU shall be in effect from the date of signing, that when you signing on 2nd November until after the end of announcement of the MPP's presidential candidate for 2024 elections. That when nobody be to the candidate and 4 o'clock here and the omo kanyina say tiefo any more amudi Kennedy chairman just say party no. One must say any more for the enya the two Japan Kim who to resign. Sana MOU ni say.
Oh.
Eti ade we na omo ma papa fo ko tra ho san ye o. Anu atro wa hai. Na kire say adwempa bia enta de lechi. Hwe makase school bia obeduru on ma obo si atro speak English bia nkwara ne ntibrofo. Because I'm quite for any other boss speak English.
Yeah.
What was what morning star had I'm your boss?
Government schools no na test.
And quite an cabrofo. Baby, I be quite castle being signed that take is a mayor papa beer, not as a honyo. Bonin quan the wood picture.
Okay.
To share picture be a bayard or racket in Japan, the wap or my penny did I go with part and do ABT to sign. Was signed a year away. But yet they will say, "Tis the Ramakati cano." After no, obi edumesi policy. Enko yesa frasa, and then me say anopebi a me fa beling pay traffic light as na misu. Hwe na na ma yet time bomb so. Nipa dodo anopa omu gu amu pe Canadian visa. Me hu na makoma. Anda nyese nkokrafo ke me ni beje. Se nkokrafo dia se ye shepu ye nkokrafo akoma Canadians. Emebuna ewie university the polytechnics training colleges wo mu nyina eko to be fan say bia Canadian embassy kwa mo akire ya American embassy anopa nipa eko young ones uko moving pick ambassador enti 2024 elections no ye ba bebusa why na the policy ebetimi amasa mebunu ya eko yi akakuru eduma sem any here bia
okay
enye boy no na mitie de owura ba omi aka na me need to make this on the campaign slogan ya say it is possible say ye ko bia ko so modam na possible obi eni
okay
ti ya de great transformational plan GTP na da hono
okay no NPP from penny for ni nyina ni delegates nyina be hwemu wo Accra Sports Stadium na presidential candidate elect for the new patriotic party election 2024 no electoral commission rep hono no e de ehonsem atu edwa Kafi Amega ejone me anopai ya samedi ewre awiamu yi na Charles McCarthy na Solomon Usu ya Solomon Usu so eba ya obebe ka me ho eti me de me ko makwa kwadwuma home but ye besa nso aba na aba betra so ne de reporters no so wo grounds a de ekosu nyina da no mo de esum de report ne ebebro me din edna na ma eja kon me da se so kan ho na emum no ye ko ye besa nso aba bi
Formula na mode man no enye nipa ba kwati me man for 100 million 600 million 200 million no be man formula na me so me na me die ni die he me man ye ni die me man ko school wo hu na sara mo ye no mo ya eye nti saba no mo mpese ye nto dia ye so ye nto efu se super delegate no mo ko tie ye no obi ebi ko 200 million 300 million according to ye pen kra no ebi mo cash na adding na body constituency ye ba beto aba police executive no omuma ye just 400 Ghana cedis nti aba no ye nto aba bia wa ha body constituency ye nto aba no 400 Ghana cedis and 300 Ghana cedis ye nto aba bia
20,000 Ghana na general one at least will be 10,000 as how we may 400 but all the same say Ansah because the food team na now yanse no ankwa home team na say ya o yanse no team all the same e better but o be be here because as someone asiwa body consensus no ancha yi so obi koto ababa common 20,000 and so be because one 400,000 enye so onye bia ma obi an onye bia ma obi enya bodi nyega na so o man mpuntu ne ehwe ba o diska ma obi na o tiska obi a diska so that say from chama na me yes sir.
Thank you.
Ashanti region, he won. I've seen that analysis. There is that possibility that Kennedy Japan will win the central region. I cannot tell about the other regions because if, for example, Jogate were to be in the fray, probably you can also predict that one for the western region. So you need a candidate that appeals to all regions, so to speak. That cuts out tribalism, that cuts out regionalization, that cuts out, subversive interest on the part of those who will want to win and so on and so forth. And that is when you have things of that nature coming up. But I think that the question you asked, yes, is likely to happen. And I don't foresee any change in the northern region. There will be that kind of en bloc kind of thing. Yeah. And then, if Alan were to be in the fray, probably the Ashanti, because when I was on Adum TV on the 26th of August, the moment Ashanti region results came, I said I was waiting for it. When it came, I said, if I am Alan, I will resign from the race.
But was that going to be the best? So I don't know. He has now stepped down, but
yes.
Was that the best decision?
In some few weeks later, the man resigned from the race. So, this is your backyard. This is supposed to be your backyard. But unfortunately, you see, the special delegate system favors any candidate that will be supposedly an establishment candidate. You see. And you see, the main bane of the MPP now is that article that is in their constitution. If they had done it straight ahead, Alan wouldn't have had any reason to say that I'm resigning or I'm exiting. Do you get a point? And now you have tipped off your hands. You have a burden of ensuring that you create a free and fair system, which is something that is difficult because now everybody knows. Jeffrey has complained about it. Kennedy has complained about it. Alan did. Pache Jaku did. Adenimo has also said a similar thing. But you see, those who are benefiting from that will not see anything wrong with that. Because the argument is that if it were also you wouldn't have complained that you're an establishment candidate. But you see, the MPPs they've brought a huge burden on their heads.
Doc, hold on to that. I would want to get understanding on that. What kind of burden are you talking about? Is it with this bringing of this introduction of the Super Delegates Conference and also this one? Kindly hold on for me. Let me get onto the phone lines again and speak to Jay Boateng Christopher, who is our reporter in the Ahafo region. Chris, good afternoon. How are you doing? Hello, Christopher. Hello, Chris, if you can hear me, how are you? And tell me where exactly you are located.
Yeah, thank you very much, please. I'm currently, in Nafo South in the Ahafo region.
Okay. What's happening? What's the atmosphere there?
No, yeah, it's very cool here. I think the voting process here in the Nafo South started around 7 a.m. And frankly speaking, Nafo South entirely contains 120 polling stations. So we do have 7 delegates who are supposed to vote today. So if you check the scene or the atmosphere where the people can it, it's a police post. So security is very they have a lot of security men and security men here. Going to, although there is a little queue that is around 20. delegates who are in the queue. If I go statistically, taking the around 7 delegates who are supposed to vote. 8 voted already.
So, Christopher, if you can hear me, I'm struggling a little bit to hear you. If you can speak directly into the phone, I'm struggling to hear you.
Can you hear me now, please?
Yes, I can hear. It's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect now. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I was trying to say that the atmosphere is very conducive and cool here. Although the voting started around 7:27 in the morning.
Yeah.
You come to Nafo South here, we do have 857 delegates who their names are in the album and they are supposed to vote. And today, after 12:30, the update we got from the EC indicates that 486 delegates have voted already. We are in the process of voting. I was trying to let our viewers know that this is very highly significant. A lot of committee men around the house, but so far as South, we haven't really challenges yet. The minor challenges we were having, the delegates were raising, was concerning their TNT. That was issued by the national. It has been communicated by their officers, the constituency officers and the electoral officers, that the headquarters have issued the head to all delegates as transport. So those who were living around the voting center were making some thinking that so far as the national have checked them that they should be giving them 50. They don't want any deduction from their TNT. But according to their officers, the constituency officers, they were rather saying that because they are living far from the centers, they need to make some additions and subtractions or increasing to manage those who are far from the center so that we can also manage them to come and vote as well, please.
Interesting. So that's the feed on what the party is actually doing for the delegates. But have you picked any feed whether the individual candidates have also gone around giving monies to these delegates?
Yeah, there is a rumor going around saying that, but because you want to confidently say it, you are so to get concrete information. Of course, that Mahmoud Mahomia, who is part of this process, who is yet to be voted or not, are sharing some gifts, and people are even making amount. They are mentioning amount and set of amount, but you are so putting it together in order to send US as well as Kennedy. There's also a new speculation that come to the same rumor that is also trending around. But we are all, as journalists, we are putting things together to also conclude that you get whether it's true or not.
Anyway, I'm grateful, Christopher, for your time. We should get you again after the close of polls. Very well. So, AJ Boating Christopher, our reporter, giving us updates on what's happening far away in the Ahafo region. And it means that also in that area, gradually, the polls will come to an end. Barely some 15 minutes or so for two to come. We can't wait. Everybody is so eager to see the aftermath of this process. But, Doc, so you mentioned that the MPP decided to bring this burden upon themselves. What really is the burden?
Well, you see, when you have quite a number of party members wanting to succeed or contest, then it means that we have not been able to manage the ambitions of, you see, this number of people internally. And it is also a failure on the part of the establishment. All of us can't be president at the same time. So we need to manage our ambitions. But when you have quite a number, it means that these people are aggrieved and they don't like the current leadership. They don't like the current leaders because if, for example, Kojo Bonsu, the likes of Boache Jako and Co. feel that, look, Dr. Baumia is way ahead of us. Why would I want to waste my money? You see, it would rather be appropriate to join the fray, minimize the cost, the internal friction, and conflict. So I spoke to a colleague, MPP who is a professor, and he said that they are angry.
They are not happy?
They are not happy. They are angry at the establishment, the current leadership of the party. That is the more reason why all of them joined.
No, but Doc, don't you also agree that that is how democracy is supposed to be? You give a fair playing ground to everybody. I mean, I can contest, you can also contest. For a fact that you are the vice president doesn't mean that I can contest when I'm just a mere member of the party.
It's because we are not able to manage their personal ambitions. That's it. If you're able to manage and tell you that, bid your time, to definitely get your time. Look at the process. From Professor Dubois, when Kufuor wanted to, join, he was told that his time was not due. When he came into the picture, and President Akufo also wanted to usurp the president, he said he was told that his time was not due. So when it got his time, and President Kufuor was bringing Alan, he said, look, that cannot be. So Alan should also bid his time. So when after the 2007, internal blah, 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 and then Alan said, oh, when your time is due, I will also support you. So MPP itself has been a conservative type of. So you need to work yourself up a ladder. Ken, for example, if I have said that if Ken knew that he wanted to be a flag bearer and consequently a president, he wouldn't have conducted himself in the public domain in certain manner. Some outbursts, some exchanges, he wouldn't. So his presidential ambition is an afterthought, and it is as a result of also being angry with the establishment and wants to prove to them, that he has a stronger hold as far as grassroots politics is concerned, and he's proving beyond reasonable doubt. He's proving beyond reasonable doubt.
But the optics don't really favor him, do they?
Because the structures that have been put in place favor Dr. Bawumia. Because you see, when you have arbiters, those who are supposed to be arbiters of the process,
the neutrals,
yes, saying that, making proclamations here and there that we are on this person's side, we are on that person's side. Every party worth its salt functions on structures.
But look,
and the structures you are talking, you are looking at the national structure, you have the regional, you have the constituency, you have that. Do you get it? So it trickles down. Then you have, the what's it called, Council of Elders and all those people. This is the structure. And you have the MPs and previous
appointees,
appointees and those things. All of these people because they all want to join the bandwagon. So that if you don't make any statement, it's as if you are against. And believe you me, if they are not careful, after this particular 4th November showdown, there could be a huge reshuffle. There could be. We heard of that. The president has not given a heed to it because he says that when he does reshuffling, his government will collapse. So I'm just wondering if he will want to do that. But that aside, so when you have quite a number of people joining, wanting to be president, then it means we've not managed the internal ambitions of these people. And they are against the current leadership. That is why you see all of them coming. So if you had cured that mischief of not bringing special delegates, let us all contest. We'll go, we'll lose. It's one time. And then you can build bridges. As it stands now, as I said earlier on, the reason why they have signed this MOU is because the party is jittery. It's jittery. And it is a tacit admission of the effect of Alan's exit. The effect of Alan's exit. So publicly, they will not admit. But behind the scenes, they know. Quite recently, the man has, people have signed this thing, 150,000. But in this country, somebody won elections with over 40,000 votes. So that is quite huge from the Ashanti region. So the party leadership, the hierarchy, they are aware. That's why I told you that this is a burden It's a self-imposed burden.
But don't you also think that this was a cue that was taken from what happened in 2014, where you had about 17 or so people contesting, which even ran into a runoff? Does the party really have enough finances to go into another runoff, if that should happen? Is that not why probably they decided to bring this system of having a super delegate conference and also probably having a different election as well?
Look, this super delegate conference, it has created animosity within the party. And it has created a class system within the party. That you are classifying some people as super delegates, others are inferior delegates. You see, and nobody can convince me that the super delegate people did not benefit financially, because they are delegates. So if the establishment really wants the establishment candidate to win, they must pay. They must influence, whichever means, other resources, other appointment. You see, even giving employment to someone's nephew is also part of the influence. So you have created this burden. And now it has turned rancorous. And the only way to deal with that is to find a way of giving these candidates an emotional torture.
Interesting.
So that they do not in any way, create further problems for the party.
Anyway, well, Doc, I'll get back to you. But on our screens now is a citizen report from Tema West, where, okay, so food is being shared to delegates. So again, it comes to the issue of whether this could influence your decision.
Okay, so
Doc, take that quickly, and then Jonathan can also react.
These
and then
kinds of practices, I feel that it should be handled by the party,
but not an individual
not
candidate.
by individual candidate. So that is the only means by which delegate corruption can vastly be reduced. So every nominee, you are supposed to pay 500,000. Okay, so we are making it 1 million, so that the party will make available the delegates at specified periods. So you go
the food will be available at this time.
So you go and sell your message.
Okay.
Do you get the point? So you don't have the right to camp them anywhere. Neither must you give them money, because they are coming and they are going would have been taken care of by the party. But here is the case. The party hierarchy themselves, they have interest as to who wins and who loses. That is why JFK is of the view that going forward, they'll put in measures that some officers within the party should demonstrate neutrality. They shouldn't be part of the campaign trail of any candidate. They shouldn't make any public pronouncement to the effect that I'm for this, I'm for that. If only they can adhere to that, that for me will bring a huge reform.
Interesting, Doc. Thank you. Angela, what do you also make of this? Doc believes that, look, it's okay to share food, drinks, TNT, but that should come from the party and not necessarily an individual candidate. Would that really help keep or clamp down on this monetization?
Yes, I think I agree with Doc that in as much as we are talking politics, we should equally put Ghana first. If we as a people issue of monetization and then seeing to it that in the ensuing future our election conducted in Ghana and even in our universities, money doesn't become the sole denominator to which people vote on, then I think that it's a laudable factor that we should be looking at. What's the name? All the aspirants should be put together, their resources should be put together, and then the party takes care of all these petty transportations and then feeding.
Because if I'm paying over 50,000 as my nomination and filing fee, that's huge. So the party should be able to gather some money from this and take care of the welfare of the delegates.
Yes, that's very true. In fact, the filing fee should include all this.
All of those.
If we are talking about issue of monetization, and then Mr. Jonathan made mention that the monies these candidates invest into their campaigns are too much. I mean, 50,000 Ghana cedis for filing fee. What you can take a part of it and then do this organize all these things from it. So I don't even think that they should be made to pay extra money. And also he raised the point that initially he raised the point that there's the party, the MPP party, the contest that the primaries is setting some sort of is making the contestant, means that the reason why the contestant the candidates are more is because they are aggrieved, and then
I think Doc made that
statement, and that they are unhappy and a whole lot. I believe that
you don't agree.
No, I disagree.
How?
In the democratic states, in a country where we are practicing democracy, I mean, whenever there are vacancies, we should allow as many people
to contest
as possible.
On the basis of democracy. Yes, I agree with you. But Angela, look, if you listen to the candidates themselves, they are not in agreement, they are not in support, and they are not happy with the current administration. So and it's a fact, you listen to your boss, your candidate, that's Kennedy Japan, he's been saying it, that we can't allow this current crop of our leaders continue leading this country because they are unfit. This is what he's been saying. You listen to Alan Kojo-Kyerematen even before he stepped down from the party. This has been something he's been saying. Boakye Ejeko, all the other candidates, they have all one way or the other accused this current administration for failing. So if you are going to produce another person who has been a key actor in this government as our leader, then there is a question mark. And I think with what Doc said, yes, on the basis of democracy, it is open to anybody, everybody at all can contest. But he is on the view that, and I agree with him on that one, that look, if you are doing that, if you are not careful, then the acrimony, the pains and then agitations will linger on forever, and it will break the party apart. You still disagree? I still disagree. One step at a time. First, when the party point that it is time for this person to go, the question should be, will this person, after the prime minister, will this person be a good candidate, or will this person make a good president for the country? I think when the party, per his suggestion, when we go by his suggestion, it rather limits we as a people. It doesn't give we the people a good president at the long run. In fact, when the primary stage is open for everybody, if not this process, Honorable Kennedy Japan wouldn't have come into the picture at the first place. If not for this process, all the individuals involved wouldn't have been assessed by Ghanaians. What it will also mean is that then you have the over 200,000 delegates all voting in the first one. That's the point. So you are not going to have two elections. You are not going to have a super delegates conference and then this one. So everyone goes to the poll. The over 200,000 delegates go to the poll on that particular day, let's say in August, to decide on whoever wins. If you go through the party's constitution, yes, it states that when you issues on elections. Sorry if I'm taking so much. Oh, it's fine. Yeah. Take your time, and then that's why you're here. I need to take your time. Page. That is a minute. You got it? Yes. Okay. So Angela is trying to get us something from the NPP's constitution with regards to elections here and there. But you can also do well and send us your thoughts. Angela, I think before you get that, let me bring in Jonathan whilst you look for that part of the constitution. You got it? Yes. Okay. I have. So it speaks on that when the number exceeds 5, after the opportunity has been given for people to submit to contest for the office, and then the number exceeds 5, especially delegates. Yeah. The point I'm trying to make is this is backed by the constitution. This is backed by the constitution. Yeah. They and whatever that they do,
It's legal.
Yeah.
Yes, it's legal. So
you are speaking from the point of what the party
nothing
said.
wrong.
But
yes.
logically, this will disenfranchise some people as well. Because now, bear in mind, Alan back then had a lot of followers, even from the grassroots, right? Who didn't vote in August? Because the August election was mainly for super delegates. Now, Alan is out of the party. Will those people still vote? So they might not have the opportunity to even select the people they want or the person they want. So you are disenfranchising them. Because why would I even go and vote when the person I want, let's say Alan, for instance, Solo just left here in the morning. Solo is a staunch supporter of Alan Tremanten. When he pulled out of the race, he decided not to go again. I mean, he is no longer an MPP member. He said he will not vote. Even though his name is in the register, he will not vote.
Yes, irregularities happened during the 26th August contest. We admit. But then, I still stand by saying that it has never affected and it will never affect or bring division in the party, such that every institution is guided by their rules and then their regulation, their own principles. So yes, after this phase, although the August 26th wasn't so much fair to some of the candidates, but then I believe that the measures put in place were
much better. So on the screens now you have the president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo voting. Jonathan, why are you laughing? Voting. So I understand we have Abu Bakar on the phone lines. Abu, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's know where you are located and what's happening there. What's the atmosphere?
Yeah, good afternoon, Randy. I'm currently at the Sanergo constituency, one of the constituencies in Tamale. Earlier today, I visited the Tamale South constituency, the Tamale North constituency, and also the Tamale Central constituency. And at the Tamale South constituency is the one of the biggest in the metropolis. We are expecting 1,175 delegates to cast their votes before 2. When you come to the Tamale Central, we are expecting 875 votes, delegates to cast their votes, and 561 in the Tamale North constituency. Sanar, as I am currently, we are expecting 601 delegates to cast their vote. But we are told out of the 661, 2 will not be voting because they were suspended by the party recently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So far the voting is going on smoothly. Just that we are having the feelings that there may be some issues because the 2 that are said to be suspended are currently in the queue. And when I tried to speak to them, they told me that they haven't heard anything. They haven't had any letter regarding suspension. They only saw something like that in the media. So for them, they are going to vote. So when they get to the polling box and they ask them not to vote, then they will know. That was what they told me. But for now, they are on the queue.
So they are still in the queue.
Yeah, they are still in the queue, wanting to go and vote.
Okay. Abu, the report we have gathered from other parts of the country also has it that, majority of the delegates are almost done with the process. From the constituencies or the voting centers you have gone to, how is it as well? Are we making inroads?
Sanergo was quite slow because before I moved out from the perimeter, they were contemplating of adding another voting center to fast track at the constituency. I don't know what resulted to the slowness of the votes there, but they were contemplating of doing something like that. Apart from that, Tamale Center was quite fast, south to north too, but for Sanergo it's a little bit slow.
Have there been any security breaches, any security concerns?
No. the future arrangement is quite perfect. Just that even some media, without accreditation, we can't even get to the inner perimeter. They have barriers mounted in almost every entrance as far as the arena is concerned. So before you are allowed in, you are either going to be a delegate who is going in there to vote or a media personnel. Any other person is not allowed into the perimeter.
Did you see the police officers using body scanners?
Yeah, they are using body scanners. Even we, the media, were scanned before we are allowed in.
Wow, tight security there. But Abu, maybe finally before I let you go, I've asked all other reporters this question. Sharing of envelopes, did you see anything like that?
It's becoming a norm in almost all the places that I visited. I even spoke to some of them, and they were bold enough to even tell me, because I remember I spoke to one person who is believed to be for Ken's camp, Honorable Kennedy Ajapon's camp. I asked him why he's giving out money. He said that's what they are doing, and that's what they are also doing. So I asked him how much is given to each delegate. He told me they are giving 300 Ghana cedis to each delegate. I tried finding out from the other camp. They wouldn't speak, but the guy who spoke to me earlier from the parents camp told me that the Baumia camp is giving 400 Ghana cedis, and they are also giving 300.
All right, Abubakar, thank you. I think we'll get back to you again after the process so you can give us more updates.
No problem, Randy.
All right, thank you so much, Abubakar Gariba, our reporter on the grounds there. So, 300 cedis and 400 cedis, no be joke. But before you come in, before Jonathan Gado and Dr. Jonathan comes in, let me read a few messages that our viewers have sent in so far. We appreciate you. Continue to watch us. Here in the Kwewu Afram Plains North constituency, the election is being held peacefully. However, one delegate has been denied the opportunity to vote because his name wasn't captured in the register. A total of 693 delegates are expected to vote. Okay, thank you so much. Good citizen reporter. We appreciate it. Hi, I'm Ntakofu Bra from Takrady. Kennedy will win this primaries hands down because Baumia cannot handle Ghana anymore. Because if we give him extra years, come on, he will collapse Ghana. I'm fasting for Baumia to lose to Kennedy hands down. Okay. Whoever MPP will bring, we are no more ready for them again. We have suffered enough from them with hunger and starvation. A lot from them being in power. Okay. Posterity will judge them all. Hey. Kotoka, I don't know, blow. Kotoka courage inside Anglogan Lashibi and the Volta region. Okay. Thank you so much, Kotoka. I am Emmanuel from Tifri. Okay. 25 delegates are being avoided to vote. Oh, really? What's happening there? I think my producers would have to double check and find out what really is happening in that area. Tifo, Atip Mukwa. Okay. So that's Central region. Yeah. Okay. All right. So thank you so much. Let's hear more from you. Let's get to know where you find yourself. Who do you think is winning? We will activate the phone lines pretty shortly so we can hear from you, the viewer, as well. Okay, so the phone lines are actually activated. You can also join the conversation. Let's have yours say. The numbers are on the screens already. But Jonathan, before our callers join, you had the reporter on that one. But I'm also more doggy.
I wanted to.
Yeah, I'll get to you so you react on that.
Give my dear lady some
lecture.
Yes.
I'll get to you so you do that. No worry at all. I'll get to you so you can do that lecture. I think it's just fair you react to that. But let me pick your thought quickly. The 4 men running. Are this the best men the MPP have?
I think for once the MPP have disappointed me. Because I've always said that when you look at the caliber of people they always put up for elections, for once I'm disappointed. I'm sorely disappointed. And I don't think that, and if you look at the vice president, and if I were him, I don't think I would contest this election, because I mean, the things he said before he got into power and what is happening now, and to still boldly go out there and say that he wants to become president of Ghana, for me, it's as if people just take us for granted. It's like politicians are taking us for granted. I mean, to say all that, and such a high-level economist and what magical economist, whatever the names and that was given to him, And now we are with IMF. Now there is so much corruption. Now there is so much wastage in the system, and he still wants to put himself up for presidency. It's a disappointment. And you look at Kennedy, and I'm like my brother said, Kennedy, I'm not sure, thought about the fact that he wanted to become a presidential candidate. Okay. It was a default he did because he got angry at the point and he said, look, I can contest these guys. Because looking at the it's like in Kennedy's situation, I think that he
please hold on for me.
Okay.
Please hold on for me. I think I've got our first caller, Fuseni. Fuseni, thank you so much. How are you doing? Hello, Fuseni. Hello, Fuseni. Okay, so we lost Fuseni there.
Yeah, so I think for Kennedy, when he looked at Dr. Bawumia and how abysmal he's performed, and looked at the president and see how abysmal he performs, asking himself, look, I can do a better job than these guys. Why don't I contest? And that's why Kennedy contested, basically. Because he felt
this what you're saying corroborates with what.
Yes, and I agree with Doc. Yes, right? I agree with Doc. Most of them are contesting because they are looking at themselves like, if this is how to be a president, then they can equally become presidents. So you see, we've set the bar so low, and that's my worry. That in this country, the bar is gradually going down, and we are not putting good leaderships out there to contest enough.
Okay. Emmanuel from Kratche is on the lines. Emma, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
The showdown is almost ending. Who is your best bet?
Bawumia is winning hands down.
You believe Dr. Bawumia will win?
Yes.
Are you a delegate?
I'm not a delegate. I'm a floor member.
Okay. But you believe Dr. Bawumia will win?
Yeah, Bawumia will win.
But how is Kratche?
The situation over here is very cool.
Okay. All right, Ima, thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us. All right, you can also do the same. The number is on the screen, 055-269-7939. You can also send us a text message or a WhatsApp message. You can also go onto Facebook and drop your message under the broadcast. It's also streaming on YouTube and other social media platforms. Let's hear from you. Be our citizen reporter. Send a video or share a picture with us wherever you find yourself. But let's hear from you, the viewers. Well, the phone line is activated now. Doc, so you would want to clarify a few things Angela stated.
Well, Angela feels that the party is not disunited. But I said this a long time ago. You see, the point is that currently, and I said it on Asase Radio, and they were caught in some kind of disbelief. But Dr. Asante came to confirm the Dankwa-Buzia Dombo tradition does not exist.
Okay.
What exists within the MPP, of which President Kufuor said that factionalism.
Doc, hold on. Let's this session, that's all, and that's how we're going to do it. I'm sorry, I have to apologize that we'll be cutting in and out so our viewers can also join. Let's go to Wale Wale. And when you mention Wale Wale, definitely there is an Adam Smith there. Nuruddin, thank you so much for joining us on Wazor TV. What's your thoughts? Who is winning?
Okay.
Nuruddin, you are very far from the phone. I can barely hear you.
Bawumia is winning.
Bawumia is winning?
Bawumia is winning.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes.
What margin? What percentage gap? Nuruddin from Wale Wale, he believes that Bawumia is winning. That's his hometown, so yeah. I mean, it's fine. Look.
Well, sometimes when the steam is taken out of your lesson, you don't even know where.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, so I said that the Dankwa-Buzia Dombo tradition is theoretical. In actual fact, there are two main factions within the MPP now.
It's not practical?
Yes, the two main factions, Akufo-Addo faction and President Kufuor's faction.
Okay.
So we are looking for leadership and who is to take the soul of the party, who is to hold on to it. There are different permutations that go into it. Now, you see, some time ago, the name of Ken Oforiatta was flighted.
Yeah.
But it did not see the light of day because they realized that to have an Achim succeeding President Akufo-Addo will be suicidal for the party. That faction too is not ready for the Ashanti support base to take up leadership. That would have meant Alan. They are not ready. Therefore, Dr. Bawumia is a compromise candidate who is a tenant, because obviously he's going to win, who is a tenant wanting to become a landlord. And as long as a tenant cannot be a landlord, it means that he will just be a pawn in the equation. The real owners of the party are there. Even up till now, people still... Okay.
All right, so hold on. I understand we have Richard on the phone lines. Richard, thank you so much for your time. Where are you calling from? Okay. Who is winning?
Okay.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I said 10.
Oh, you believe in the showdown, man?
Oh, I believe what is going on in the central region and the Ashanti region. Especially this is possible to defeat his vote. So many we could find on the
Okay. All right. Richard, thank you.
That would be about.
Okay. All right. Richard, thank you. Thank you so much for calling in. You can also do same. There were phone lines on the screen. So earlier, I mean, you saw Ken in the shorts there, and in all white. Today, everybody is wearing white. Doc, sorry. Yeah, maybe if you can wrap up on that.
Well, I don't even know where I'm going to take this argument to. Okay, so at the end of the day, Dr. Bawumia, if he wins, then it means it's an extension. Okay, it's an extension of the Achim stranglehold over the party. So you see, that is why they dread the exiting of Alan. For that will create a huge problem for them. But if I'm coming back to, and of course there are certain practicalities that you have to also look into. But the issue of superdelegate thing, don't forget, before President Akufo-Addo became the candidate in the first place, there were 17 in number.
Yeah.
That was before the 2007. There were 17 in number. So after that, now they feel that they needed to clear that mischief of having so many people wanting to become president. And why is it the case that whenever a sitting president of the MPP is exiting, you have quite a number, which is not the case when it comes to the NDC?
All right, Doc, sorry about that again. Let's get to speak to Frank. Frank from who? Frank, who is winning? Who is your best bet?
Randy, if you ask me who is my best bet right now, to me, 3 of the candidates on the ballot, they are not well fit. As in Dr. Bawumia, Ken, and Dr. Akoto. We have seen all that they have done in this country. But is it because MPP don't have people, that's why all these boys showed up? Honestly, it is obvious that Dr. Bawumia will win, but I can tell you that those who are voting for him, they are voting for rusted metal, thinking it is gold. Seriously.
So you would want to go in for who?
I'm not going. I'm just looking at the establishment that they have put up.
Okay.
I'm not going for any of them. But
so you also believe that the 4 men put up so far aren't fit enough?
To the 4, I can pick Mr. Dynamo anyway. But as I said, the 3 people. Honorable Ken, Dr. Bawumia, and Dr. Koto, they are nowhere near presidency. Anyway, that is it for now. But honestly, we are tired of these people. They should just do something. I'm sure they want to represent something, so they should put up the people. Let's see what will happen in 2014. 2024,
right, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Frank, for speaking to us. All right, so Doc, let me have you make your points now. I'm sorry we keep cutting you.
So they wanted to cure a particular mischief. And that's the more reason why they inserted that article into the Constitution, that henceforth, when we get beyond 5, right, we are going to conduct that thing. So that thing in itself has become a point of divisiveness. You see, it has become a point of divisiveness. When contestants get to know the mind of delegates, it's not right. You see, it's not right.
Yeah.
So, as I said, the mischief they are trying to cure has created a monster for the MPP.
Yeah.
So the point is that people want to become president. How do we manage these ambitions in the background? Because all of us cannot be president. Sometimes your role, all right, as being a CEO, a minister, can even be far better. But all of us cannot be president. So when you see quite a number showing up, it means they are against the status quo. And they will want some kind of change. And you see, for the Tabamia not to obtain 70 and beyond percent in the superdelegate, it's a failure on the part of the establishment. It tells you that the 14 point something that Mr. Kennedy had, the 10 point something that Alan had, now Alan is normal.
Yeah.
Now these two figures indicate that they are not in support of the establishment candidate. So if you added that to Kennedy Japan's, we are talking about almost 26%.
Okay. Let me speak to Fanuel. Fanuel from Georgia. Thank you, Fanuel, for making time for us. Who is your best bet?
Randy, good afternoon for the good work you people are doing.
Appreciate it if you can just turn down the volume on your TV set or turn it off at all. Fano, I'm getting a strong feedback in the studio. If you can just move away from the TV or just turn down the volume.
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's very nice to hear from you people. As I said, I'm fan. I'm not going for any of them, though. I'm saying if there's no manipulation, can win. But we all know this vice president. If he manipulates things, then he's going to win. But we are not looking for any of them because none of them has fitted to be a president for now. So they are just doing something for them, themselves, the party. Let them do whatever they want to do. But for now, they should do it within themselves. Thank you.
Fanuel, thank you. Thank you so much, Fanuel, for calling into the program and sharing your thought with us. You can also do same. The number is 055-269-7939, and we also appreciate it if you send us your message as well. I have with me Dr. Jonathan Asante, who is a lecturer at UCC and also a political analyst. I have with me Jonathan Gado, who is the President Eagles Forum, and also Angela, who is a member of the Kennedy Japan campaign team. And so okay, Angela, before I get you in, Seram is on the phone line from Adan. Seram, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
How is Adan? Yeah, I'm fine too. Where exactly are you in Adan?
Oh, Akim
Odan. Okay. Yeah. How is it going there?
It's going smoothly.
Who is your best bet?
Oh, I'm for Ken.
But are you a delegate?
No, but I'm a strong member.
Okay. So with what you have seen so far, you think that Ken will win?
For sure, we are going to win.
Okay. Can you predict the margin and percentage wise?
Definitely, Ken is going to get something like 48%.
48%.
Yes, and Baumia will be getting something like 45%. The rest will be Akutu and the brother.
And so if we do the calculation, that will take us to a runoff.
Oh yes, there will be a runoff. Second runoff, we want to prove to Bawumia and Co that Ken is the man for entities, not for them being planning, working for one party. The Ken is the man for the people at the grassroots. Are you getting it? So the runoff, we are going to see a big margin.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the exact thing that we are planning to do. But definitely, Ken is going to win.
Okay. All right. Another strong fan. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
You're welcome.
Another strong supporter of Ken. He believes that their agenda is to push this election into a runoff, and then they will give a proper showdown. Showdown upon showdown upon showdown. My name is Ibrahim from Tamale South, and I know Dr. Bawumia is winning. Okay, so So it means that we are also collecting our own polls here. We are doing our own polls here. Let's see how it passes. But Angela, you heard Serum. It says that no matter what, Ken is winning. Yes. And you had a few callers who called in and the messages that Ken is winning. How does that make you feel?
Yeah,
you're excited.
Very positive. However, as our initial caller said, if the system is fair, Ken stands a high chance of winning this contest. If the system is fair.
So, if the system is not fair, what happens?
As we can all see, we are just hoping. At this point, we all have to hope that yes, the system is fair.
I think the creme de la creme is after 2. Doc, do you agree with me?
Yes, that's a real showdown.
Yeah. Well, Williams from Sugakope. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your time. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Very well. So, who is your best bet? What are you looking out for?
In fact, I don't have any good best bet among any of the candidates over there. I only want to say that all the 4 candidates that stand here, they are not the best, but they are doing their own thing, so we don't have anything to say.
Oh, you are an NDC member?
Of course.
Oh, okay. So it means you are afraid. Are you afraid of Dr. Bawumia? They say the NDC is afraid of Dr. Bawumia.
No, I'm not afraid of Bawumia. We know that we are going to show him down. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, William, for your time. Yeah. Thank you. So, a showdown in downtown. How about that? If you are just tuning in, you're live on Wezo TV, and this is the special coverage of the ongoing NPP's presidential primaries. It's looking quite okay. Relatively, I mean, we can say that it's been peaceful so far across. I mean, with the reports that we have gathered so far, it means that things are sailing smoothly. And also the report we have gathered has it that, I mean, we are nearing the close of polls, and many people or many of the delegates have gone to vote already. So we'll be with you till the end of the entire process. Jonathan, I mean, shouldn't the NPP be looking at a new face in totality? Because all these candidates have one way or the other been smeared with failure of this government. Before then, Al Hassan from Northeast is on. Al Hassan, good afternoon. Hello, Al Hassan.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Where exactly are you in Northeast?
I'm at Moglori district. That's Northeast region. And hopefully, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is leading today. We are comfortable knowing that Dr. Mahmoud will win on this election.
Okay. But do you have any projected percentage?
Yeah. I think currently the percentage that we know or we have, we think that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will get like 85% from this vote.
Okay. All right. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Okay. I think the phone calls will still activate the phone lines at the latter part as well. So the people who believe that the people telling us now that their candidate will win, will have to tell us again how the showdown went. I mean, this one says, I'm Eric from Eastern Region. So Canada, Japan is winning straight up. Okay, thank you so much, Eric from Eastern Region. Jonathan.
But Ken has really done well.
Yeah, he has.
He's really done
Stayed
well.
on till this time.
Yes, he's really done well. And he is the cause of the resurgence of the establishment. You see, now for Ken as an individual to pay 300 and they as a corporate entity paying 400. You see how Trump was able to prosecute his campaign? GOP never had belief in him, but he started using his own resources and he became inevitable. As much as they tried to get rid of him, they couldn't. And then they realized that the guy was going to win the presidential slot. And he went ahead to win. Can effect his style of politics and campaign is an unconventional type. It's not like the usual one that we see. And he's been able to break down, you see, his message in the barest manner to the understanding of the ordinary
people,
Ghanaian.
the grassroots.
So anyway, if it is about messaging, if they are going to use messaging to vote for who should lead the MPP,
Ken has a better message.
Ken has a better message.
Okay. Sorry, Doc. Ernest, speak to me. Hello, Ernest. Hello, Ernest. Okay, we lost Ernest on the phone lines. I'm sorry about that. So it means that the question I've just asked, Doc has also stated on that as well. So let me have your bite on it.
Yeah. So again, I want to agree with Doc. I'm not sure a year ago or 2 years ago Ken even thought of being a president. If he had thought of being a president, his speeches, his utterances would have been measured. So he got into the fray on. He just got into the fray, and that is what is his undoing. Otherwise, Ken would have been the candidate to beat.
The best. Well, Emmanuel from Yeji is on the phone lines. Ima, good afternoon. Hello, Ima. Yeah. Can you hear me, Emmanuel?
My name is Benjamin.
Benjamin from Yeji. Thank you. So, which part of Yeji are you calling from?
I'm calling from Yeji. That is Bono East, Pro East.
Okay.
Yeji is the capital.
Okay. What's your take? Oh, okay. What's your best bet? I mean, who is your best bet?
My best bet should be Baumia. Not that he's a best candidate.
Why would you want Baumia to win?
Upon all the candidates that contested, it's only candidate Japan that the youth is in love with. The youth just like him. So if he wins, it will be very dangerous for the NDC.
Oh, so you're afraid of. So it means that you're afraid of Ken.
In my own view, but if Baumia wins, it's like a dead goat. Mama should not even campaign. So I pray Baumia win. Not that
you are being complacent. You are just being complacent. I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That is my view.
Okay. Thank you for speaking to us. Whilst others feel that Baumia will be a tougher opponent, he feels that no, Ken would rather be a tougher opponent.
Yeah, I think.
Like you said, Ken had thought about this earlier.
Had thought about this earlier, and
read that in the growing history of the NPP, at a given time, these people contested to become president, and he was part of them.
Planting for food and jobs,
all the programs that he did under his watch will not work in his favor?
It doesn't appear to me they will work for him.
Right. Hadia?
Oh, I mean, going by what was presented, it's obvious that it might be a struggle for Dr. Akutu, but this is an election. You never know. Surprises one. But all I can say is his passion to lead a new patriotic party is quite admirable. And we can only wish him well. But he started pretty early. I think he's been at this for close to 2 years, even before any of these candidates decided they were going to contest. But with the figures we are seeing, but let's see how it goes.
I think we'll keep you and Doc around for a few more sessions when we return from our news package. You're watching GBC's live coverage of the NPP primaries today, November 4. 4 candidates vying for one position, the flag bearer, going into election 2024. And it is the Asin Central MP, Mr. Kennedy Ejapong, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, former Agric Minister Dr. Usufri Yakutu, and Mr. Francis Adainemo, the engineer, who are asking the over 200,000 delegates of the NPP to vote for them to be the leader of the party. Who wins and who loses, we will find out at the close of day today. We'll take a break on this panel and we'll we'll keep with the coverage via our news channel. And so we'll be handing over to our news desk for the continuing part of this coverage. Stay with GBC News and GTV. This is far from over and the race is still on. We'll take a quick break. When we return, the news at 2.
As we commiserate
Yeah. So look, this election, I'm watching Ashanti region. I'm watching Central region. I'm watching Western region. I'm watching these 3 regions.
Why?
I'm watching how they behave.
Why?
How they behave will determine whether or not NPP will have a strong candidate for 2024. So, because you see, we are doing some work in the field. We have some researchers in the field now, and it's interesting. If you pair Kennedy to John Mahama, Kennedy does far better. John Mahama does less better than we pay GM. We pay Dr. Bawumia. It's with like GM. The GM. It's like there's a yeah, exactly.
But
and
when you pair even with John Mahama,
interestingly, even when you speak about corruption, Ken stands taller.
Okay.
So it's interesting what is out there in the field, and
but the question is, look, Angela, I'll get to you. You've been quite quiet for some time now, but the question remains: will the delegates even look at this comparison? If you put John Mahama and Kennedy Ejapong, if you put John Mahama and Bawumia, who stands tall? And
that is why, for me, the delegate system must be scrapped.
Okay.
I'm a strong advocate for allow every dues-paying member of the party to vote.
Okay. Isaac, good afternoon.
Yes.
Which part of Volta are you calling from?
I'm calling from Pottery Ho.
Okay, Isaac, yeah. Thank you for joining us from Ho. How is Ho?
Oh, Ho is fine.
Okay. Who is your best bet? Who do you think will emerge as a winner in today's election?
I'm not the MPP person, but I want Baumia to win.
Why?
Because the reason why I say Baumia to win, because Baumia is a liar.
Oh.
He deceived Ghanaians that Ghana have money printing in Ghana. So when he came, he go borrow money printing more than NDC. So,
but Isaac, how will you even call the vice president a liar? You have been unfair.
Yes.
You
I'm
can't
sorry,
say that.
I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Yeah, Baumia. In matter, we don't know how we go talk.
So you want Baumia to win?
Yes. So we get power to hit them.
Okay, Isaac. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Isaac from Ho. I get what some of the people, some of the callers are doing anyway. I think they want a weaker candidate that they can easily beat. Angela, you agree with that?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
But you look at the dynamics. You listen to the calls. Some believe that Ken should win. Others believe Baumia should win.
Yes, I mean in every contest, each candidate have followers and then supporters.
Yeah.
So it's normal.
Yeah.
As to whether you like the candidate, the leading candidate or not, each and every candidate has followers. But then sorry, but I'll take the conversation back a little.
Okay.
My daddy's here, best put, made a statement that Ken Japan at first sight never thought of contesting.
Yeah.
Yes, admissively, he did. He even admitted to the fact that he never.
Else he would have been careful with some of the utterances and his behavior.
Not utterances, but my major concern is if he had thought earlier, he would have strategized well. In fact, although he is a party financier and then he's done great job at the background. In fact, in this election, whereas others are saying that I'm humble and all that without giving us a clear message as to what they want to do, he has track record.
Okay.
In fact, his track record.
Hold on for me. Let me get onto the phone lines. Kadri is on the lines. Kadri, good afternoon. Hello, Kadri. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, police.
Yeah. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Bimbila, Northern Region.
Okay. How is Bimbila?
Oh, Bimbila is fine.
Kadri, out of the 4 candidates up for elections, who do you think will win?
Yeah, I think Baumia should win.
Kadri, please speak up a little bit. I can barely hear you.
I think Baumia should win.
You think he should win? Any special reason? You think he deserves it? He has worked for it? Hello, Kadri. Hello. Okay. Well, I think Kadri has made his point. He says that he believes Dr. Baumia should win. I was asking him why he thinks Baumia should win, but I think we lost him on the phone lines. So let me get your point.
So I was saying that his candidature is based on track record.
Yeah.
In fact, that is what has won the heart of the
people, the many people who are following.
Yes. And then I also think that as to the question, should the MPP be looking at new face? Yes, we should. Let's be plain and frank with ourselves. His Excellency Dr. Baumia is not an ideal fit for President.
You think he's not credible?
I wouldn't use the issue of credibility, but then he is. You see, this primaries, consequences of it is the bigger general election.
Yeah, 2024.
He is going to compete President Mahama, a person who has once been a president. In fact, he has gone through the ranks of leadership.
Yeah.
And in this election, they are going to measure it. The credibility is going to what's the name? Track record is going to be used as a yardstick to measure. What's the name? A person's candidature. So, as a political party, I think we should rather be interested in who is going to help us break the 8, rather than who the party internally wants. So, instead of the party executive mobilizing their funds to support one person, they should rather They should rather leave the contest to be fair for the people themselves, the party members, to determine. To come up with their own delegates, and of which I believe that if the election is left free and fair, they will choose. They will choose
their best candidates.
They'll choose candidates.
All right. So let me speak to Ibrahim from Takrady before Doc comes in. Ibrahim.
Yeah. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ibrahim, who is your choice?
Okay. I think Kennedy should win, but the system favors Bawumia. You know why? Because the MPP government is doing everything possible to let Bawumia come back. That will be the downfall of the MPP government, because every Ghanaian now knows that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is not competent. But I think the system would favor Bawumia to win. But I think Kennedy is a better candidate to face Mahama.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Doc, I would want you to help us understand this and react to this for me. The choice of, not a choice of, but let me use this word, the kind of delegate we elect. Because you look at how it starts from the scratch, from the branch. So you have a branch executive who also go and elect a constituency executive. Then that constituency executive goes to elect a regional executive. So you look at the chain. Does that bring in the trouble where these people will go and make major decision for the larger number of people?
Well, so that brings into question whether we should allow every card-bearing member of the party to exercise his or her franchise in that electoral process. And that wouldn't be a bad idea. Expanding it in itself is an anti-corruption measure. But you see, day in, day out, our politicians are making more money to still pay something to our delegates. But it will continue until it gets to a time where the politicians will be choked. You see, if you look at where we find ourselves, we are in a debt unsustainable level. We cannot finance our debt. And if you still get out there and make money and give to the delegate, don't forget, you are increasing inflation because that money, right, is given out for no productive work.
Doc, I'm sorry. Let's pick the last call. That's my producer's Nat from Adam.
Hello.
Nat.
Yes, sir. Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. Good afternoon.
Okay, Nat. Yeah, afternoon. Let's hear from you.
I'm watching you live like that. You have been facing me. Good afternoon to your cherished listeners. And this is my favorite TV station I've been watching all the time.
Oh,
Nat,
thank you.
The program too. And I'm an NDC person, but can win in the election.
Why? Why do you want Ken to win? If you are an NDC, why Ken? You are afraid? You are running away from Dr. Bawumia.
No. I'm not running from Dr. Bawumia because you and I are aware. Dr. Bawumia, what he did the economy, that's where Ken is fighting for to come and hit it. If Ken to come to power, but I'm not saying Ken will come to power.
Okay.
But what they are doing, Ken will win. Ken must win by all means.
By all means. Okay. All right. Nat, thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So I think that we'll collate the results we have so far from our callers. If we can do that quickly, and then before we take the break for this segment, we'll announce the polls. That's a poll we have also conducted. Let's see how our viewers are seeing it. But when we come back after this segment, we'll do more of the calls as well. By then, counting will be on, and then we'll be picking results from the various voting centers as well. But Doc, yes, so if you can wind up on that for me. So we're talking about the selection of delegates, the choice of delegates who go to the polls to decide for us, to decide for the larger number of the people.
Well, so far, that is a system that we are practicing, so you cannot do anything about it. But it is just that...
So maybe we can look at the kind of people, the criteria,
because the politics we do is buga. You will never
I'm not sure you are ready to contest as a branch executive.
Well, not at all.
So you see, so it is open to...
I have had calls to even vet a political party, those who wanted to be elected for a constituency. And, some I had to disqualify.
I think so. I think we should be doing that.
You see the caliber of people who came.
Yeah.
And I told myself, okay, so if the party wins, these are some of the people who become DCs.
Yeah.
I mean, where are we going?
Yeah.
You see, because the politics that we do is so vindictive, it is monetized, right? It is politics of patronage. And so you will never get the refined brains. So the little refined, they are the top echelon of the party. The majority who are semi-illiterate, little educated, they find themselves in the periphery of the party, and they go decide. You see, it is also not to suggest that they don't have brains, they don't know what is going on. The fundamental question that the delegates will be asking themselves, which among the two main contenders, right, will give Mr. Mahama
a good run for his money.
Yes. That is the main motivating factor. The money they will collect, but they will still want to. So when Alan was in the picture, it was said that within the party, Dr. Bawumia was more popular than him.
Yeah.
According to Global Info.
Yeah.
Without the party, Alan, because it meant that Alan was much more appealing to floating, to undecided, to the neutrals, unlike Dr. Bawumia. Because you see, Dr. Bawumia is seen as an extension of President Akufo-Addo. And you are asking why they will want to give the mandate to Dr. Bawumia. Whom among the rest will be able to defend both the good and the bad record of President Akufo-Addo? You see, and there is no one better placed than Dr. Bawumia. And the one other reason why they want Dr. Bawumia to be there, the motivating factor, to allow Ken, Alan in the past, which any of the two to take over, will mean there will be an internal accountability. At the moment, if Dr. Bawumia wins, there will not be any internal accountability, because one is an extension of the other. You see the point? So it is strange to some of us that you have a candidate like that who has so much baggage, and yet they will want to project him and go. I don't know the message they are going to use, because the problem of
would that be dangerous for them in 2024?
Of course, believability and trustworthiness, he will never have it. Even when he promises me this table, knowing very well that it is within his means to manufacture and give me this table, I will never believe him.
Why?
Of course, he's not trustworthy. Dr. Bawumia is suffering from credibility crisis. He has it. Go and check his record. After Kennedy, what has he said? He said that the only thing the NDC will have to do is to play all his records. He was one time the darling boy of the party. If the economy were to be that stable, like the 2017-2018, post the IMF, program, I think Dr. Bawumia would have been the best candidate to continue. But as it stands now, the record is more abysmal than the previous government. That is why they need a new face, so that it will confuse the electorate. Do you get a point? So that person says that I am not this. Look at what I have done and have achieved in my own capacity as an individual. And I can tell you that I'll be able to do A, B, C, and D because I've done it before. That particular person will sound more believable. And then people can easily, buy onto the what's it called? The refrain of breaking the eight. The euphoria of getting a black man of black descent to be the first president to win the presidential candidate of the Democrat and to go ahead to win the elections was something that caught the euphoria, caught the Americans and the youth, that we want to be part of this history, that for the first time. Do you get the point? So if you have someone who is going to depart, all right, entirely from the abysmal performance of the government, then the MPP will stand a chance. But other than that, MPP as a corporate entity is damaged. It's a damaged product. And it's not only me saying that. All the surveys that have come out indicate so. From Afrobarometer, CDD, Global Info Analytics, Economic Intelligence Unit, Fitch Solutions, all have predicted a victory for the NDC as a corporate entity. And even when their candidate have been elected, as a corporate entity, MPP is down there. If you look at the presidential rating of President Akufo-Addo, the last time in October from Global Info Analytics was around 32. 67 say that his rating is very terrible, and over 70 something are saying that Ghana is not headed in the right direction. So if you bring Bawumia to continue that, are we going to be headed in the right direction? Especially when Bawumia is not a landlord but a tenant.
Most especially when Bawumia is not a landlord but a tenant. Anyway, thank you so much, Doc. We'll take a break, but before then, our poll is out. Where we would have loved to answer more calls, but we'll come back in the next segment to do more of that. So on the screens you have it. From the Collation Center of Professor Kumi Frimpong Kweku, and then the other guys, the Stephen and the rest. We had 17 votes. Total number of votes 17, as in calls. So it's on the screens. Then you had one text message, and then one who decided he won't vote. It's fine. Then out of all that, you have Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the lead with 10 votes. Kennedy Ohini Ajapon with 5 votes. We didn't hear anybody mention Adai Nimo and then the Dr. Afriye Akuto. But let's see, maybe in the next segment we'll have more of the callers to determine. So it's just the beginning. We are also doing our own polls here to see how to buttress what will happen after the declaration later today. We are still with you. Let me read some messages before my guests for this session will wind up and then take their leave. So there is a message here says that, hi, I'm Penkana Jr. from Kasua, Denchira, and I'm really sure Bawumia will sadly lose. The way you put a message, good afternoon, my dear brother. I want to assure you that whether Bawumia or Kennedy, His Excellency John Mahama, come 2024, we shall see who is being exposed by the fundamentals. Francis Avoyi from Georgia sent in that one. My name is Montana from Techiman. I hope Ken wins today. We need discipline in this country. So far, I believe only Ken can do that. Okay, thank you so much for sending a message. Good afternoon. My name is Hakim from Wale Wale, and I know that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is winning. Ken will be the winner in this election, all things being equal. But because of this, pay me and I vote is the only thing to change things. The truth shall come out one day. All right, you didn't add your name to that one. Good afternoon, Wezo TV. The best candidate to lead the MPP is Kennedy Ajapon. If not, and the system is manipulated to favor Bawumia, he is going to jeopardize the economy completely. And as for me, if Bawumia wins this election, I'll give my vote to Alan and his butterfly. Okay, you also didn't add your name. Hello, my name is Louis calling from Soviet. Okay, please tell the lady beside you to stop saying if the system permits, which means that after the election and Ken loses, they will start saying Dr. Bawumia rigged election, which is not true, which is not fine. She shouldn't bring any form of confusion like the NDC. But what has NDC got to do with this? Doctor is winning hands down. How can we vote for somebody who vomits secrets of his own party? Who can say anything at any time? So he's asking, okay. So just like you have all stated, if Ken had known about this, there are some comments he might not necessarily make. Good afternoon, Wezo. This is Moses Kofi Arthur. MPP, my beloved political party, is a disgrace to Ghanaian politics. Why Bawumia? The president and his fake vice knows just what they are doing. They've deceived us, and so they need a demonic coverage. Okay, I'm always from Koforidua, Jumapo. Hopefully Ken will win this election because even he is not president, he has employed many youth of this country. Okay, thank you so much for sending your messages. Let me read from this other port. It says, hello, my name is Louis. Okay, I think I read Louis's own. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Selena from East Legon, and I'm a candidate. Honorable Kennedy Ajapon is winning hands down. There is no way Bawumia is going to win. Okay, thank you. I am an NDC member, but I can tell you that Ken is the right person to lead MPP. He is very principled in his doings. No wonder the whole MPP big men don't like Ken. This is from Elijah. Elijah sent in that one as well. Thank you so much for sending your messages. But let's wind up quickly. Angela, maybe your final words, and then we take a break.
Yeah, thank you. My final words. Aside we having the party in mind as new patriotic, as a patriotic Members of a party, yes. Thank you. I think we should put Ghana first as a people. Conversation of monetization and all that, they are inevitable in politics, especially in these times. But then, as a people, what do we want should be the question. Where do we see Ghana in the next 10, 15 years should be the question we should be asking ourselves. How do we want our educational system to be like? What Ghana do we want? All these questions, all these are some questions that we should be asking ourselves as a people. Then, if we ask this question, it will influence our decision making when we get to the polls to vote, being today or the 2024 election. Yes, so please, we should be guided by our decisions. Look around you, the way things are going, the price of goods, everything. Are they the best? Are you satisfied with it? Years ago, when you take the 50%, the thing that it can buy, can you use the same money to buy the same goods today? I mean, these are some questions that we should be asking ourselves as a people.
Okay.
And if the answers doesn't tally, then we should advise ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
And Ken will come and change it?
Yes, Ken. Okay. Ken will
Some say he will come and put some discipline. They'll be whipping people. They'll be giving us showdown. If Ken wins, then showdown will come on power.
Very. Even with this, his NSS posting, his NSS, what's the name?
The plan for the NSS.
The plan for the NSS. Perfect. Okay. In fact, we need discipline. When you're applying for international schools outside, and there's a slot indicating that have you had any military training. Once you click on yes, it's eases you of so many processes that you would have to go through. It means that even internationally, military training is recognized as an institution of discipline. So yes,
okay.
he has good plans for the people of Ghana, and I believe and I hope the delegates see through.
Angela, you would have to stay with us till the declaration, so we gauge your mood after the declaration. Randy, our democracy have been thrown to the dogs. Who this MPP primary shows that the highest bidder takes it all. Those voting for Dr. Bawumia are voting for rusted metal, thinking he is gold. Riddler, okay, Frank, thank you. And I actually have a picture. We'll verify this picture later and bring it out. And so it's actually a platform where discussions of who is paying what and what amount. So somebody says this is quite confusing because my constituency executive shared 50 Ghana cedis as transport, but a fellow delegate from Tema said they were giving 200 Ghana cedis. Could this be true? Kindly share on the page how much your constituency shared so it could be verified. Okay, so it's from one of the platforms that delegates are. We'll verify this, and then when we are able to authenticate it, we'll bring it out. But Jonathan, let me pick your last thoughts quickly for this segment.
My last thoughts are that the level of money being thrown out there, over 50 million, 60, 70 million Ghana cedis spent in a day to pay delegates. I think that as a people, we should take a look at this, and I expect the society, the CSOs, to come at this and for us to prevent this kind of thing happening ever again in our politics.
If you are paying this huge amount, can you pay this same amount in the general elections? That's a big question a lot of people are asking. You win in the heart of your delegates.
Probably they can.
Okay.
Probably they can.
See, it will make you gloss your eyes over the effect of Galamsey, because Galamseyers will have to bring you money, which you will use to pay off this, forgetting that you are destroying the environment in the name of the very people that you're supposed to protect. But if Dr. Bawumia is the candidate that the MPP delegates want so badly, why must he pay 400?
That's a good question, Doc.
Why must he pay 400?
If you believe you had a choice.
Fair delegate, they don't want anything untoward to happen. Then it means that Dr. Bawumia.
Doc, do you see surprises coming?
I don't see that.
Okay.
I don't see that.
But I'm asking because it's all happened in Asinof, the by-election, where people even took money but still voted based on what they feel.
So that's why I was thinking that if Ken could also have raised the 400, he should have done so and let the people use their conscience to vote.
To decide. Maybe he doesn't have money.
Because as an individual, having been able to pay 300 is done well. Though, of course, the process is mad. I mean, but it's done well as an individual because you have CEOs being whipped in line, everybody paying around 100,000 or so, 10,000 and beyond to contribute to the establishment, yes, candidature and the expenditure thereof. And Ken, as an individual, of course, he may have some individual financiers, but they are probably behind the scenes. But as an individual, like the Trumpian type of campaign, he's done marvelously well. And if he loses, I think he should not bow down his head in shame. He would have given, you see, a showdown to the establishment. But I just hope we get the right person for this country. We needed a revolution, and the kind type of revolution is not bad at all. You see, he could be the type that he will look at the benefit the nation is going to get and put aside the law. After that, we'll deal with the law.
But are we ready for that?
That is the type.
But are we ready for that?
The level of indiscipline, the level,
where our democracy has taken us to, are we ready to go back?
Decay, degeneration that our current government has wrought on us is unbelievable. Look, check the state institutions, you will see. They are all performing abysmally. I mean, how do you go and impose MPP party apparatchiks on state institutions? You're going to destroy it. Meanwhile, civil servant, public servant, right, have worked their ass up the ladder, and they ought to be there. I think that if we are not able to dichotomize, to distinguish, you see, between these two and make it become like business as usual, our politicians will collapse state institutions, and state institutions will not have the voice to say that that which this politician is asking me to do is something that I should not do. It's against so and so. But you have the president sending his people there. What happens?
Well, big question. And of course, we would have to end this segment here.
The thing is that if Dr. Bawumia is the overwhelming popular candidate to win, I'm surprised that he's paying 400 Ghana cedis.
Well, that's a big one. We'll take a break now. I understand that sorting has started in some areas, in some voting centers. So we'll just take a quick break and regroup around 4, where the continuation of the show will be on. By then, we should be getting some results as well. Trust us, we've got you covered. I've been here with Asantiwa Amwaku Angela, who is a member of the Kennedy Japan team, and she's so optimistic that if the system is credible, free and fair enough, they will emerge as winners today. Thank you so much, Angela, for coming. Dr. Jonathan Asante Ochre is a political analyst and also a senior lecturer at the University of Cape Coast. Despite his busy schedules, he's been able to make time for us for this segment. As well, Jonathan Gado. I remember when we called you too. So we got a bit confused. Jonathan Gado, Jonathan. So even you two, with your busy schedules, you still made time for us this afternoon. We really appreciate it. Jonathan Gado is the president of Eagles Forum. How is Eagles Forum doing anyway?
Oh, yeah, we're very fine. We are kicking off. New elections are coming, so a lot of things are happening.
A lot of work is ongoing.
I'm telling you.
Okay. But won't you employ field work?
No, we do. We currently about 45 guys out in the field.
Well, you didn't tell me, so I get you somewhere.
Oh, boss, yeah.
Anyway, so we take a break. This is Wezo TV. We'll come back pretty shortly, sometime around 4 p.m. To finalize the whole show. It's going to be a long day for us. It's going to be a marathon. Let me say, I appreciate the fact that we have our viewers who are still with us. They've been at since morning till now. Please continue to enjoy the show till the end, and always continue to watch Wezo TV. You can also download.
Them to send a yam de parsley no rice nana.
Minim.
Okay.
And then
Why no ni pa kro no
so now siri na me so me siri bi hey your laughter is infectious
sir and you open your cold
cold I mean for me home matter no maboni
sir omo hey no nipa ba anya cold onim o
ebia na too cold ase
sir
sir there she so unya cold a yesi anum so hye na otimi punu what you say
ana we kura no doctor no dey fofora ba o say akokọ nkwai anapa wo ya akokọ nkwai brola no uma ginger ne jene ne mekokọ ho na ono mo a
fantastic nti ebia wo punu no ho no na ebia sa na opese oye nti na opese se show no any heat no covid nim na cold na ne huni mo na biebie ata se unse tete no unya cold a yede ntuma kru tia na ye pun tutu ne ngusi
nti ye no ma ho nto wansen
ebia no na ye ne ye be ma ne ho ato no what I say ade
look at hard word we do for pause anyway va nyame adma Saturday MPP for Echo almost showdown class media group platforms across the country I'm boaboa to say
oh mamema etiefo aha na mema ahwefo so akwaba baby bia wo hwe Facebook Accra 100.5 na wa utie Accra 100.5 ene ye affiliate a omo picking nyina citizen show mema mo ache mema mo ha ema majo because depending on baby our time difference no
it's true
and na madam asese ene mwaje me ofe so a menya sa akwanye abetna ha
na why are you ni one ehwani
pacho no de minimo me hye ese fataminti se ne aka mani ne no ano no
hwe asem mpedi pa o
nipa mom de pasem nipa pasem pa
me hu ya na sky akoya code yeah oh
Bobie
ayi sadi panu ana ka chem se papa bi wo manfe ye frede kwadwopa ne yemye
nti oya doye wa yemye nko a
kwadwopa ne yemye
fine
okay so
nti memenda CMG sene ye ne da no unse MPP for mu be yi omo national executives ye kavae extensively across all platforms nanu ya NDC for so call mo de electe omo parliamentary aspirants ene flag bearer ye kavae nti sane etie ni nyame adoma memenda citizen show ewo Accra 100.5 FM na citizen show radio so ye start no nsia apemu meboa but we no MPP for no nti no ye betwe akwachie kakra almost elections ne be start no nso
okay
nti no citizen show ebewo CTV so
okay
anapa no nso na afa radio mu efa Accra FM any affiliate ebefa Class FM ebefa Ho FM wo Volta region afata DFM e Takrade ebefa Adehye ne Kumasi FM ebesa fa Dagban FM ti ye affiliates across the country nyina befa na Facebook nso so ya piping across nti e Accra 100.5 of Facebook nesanam Class FM Facebook sanam CTV Facebook
okay
nti no baby bia wo bia obetimi atune in na watie anase wahwe depending on the way nti na meja ko ebeba betena adwam se na da wo ye no na ye be MPP history kakra panel beba ye be discuss aspirants no omo strengths any ade no me bebe nyina na we die otue matel
o say
be say na ma betena se a etuemu a telawia what ya
na ma
obetena se a Otiswa.
Oh, okay. The name man Etisosa.
Otiswa. Obe sorry a. Just say Dumienu. Premoato.
Enti na na ma.
Enti
say na na etrasia. Ono no etuamu saa to
12.
Ono nkwa na etiso.
Enti 5 solid hours. Ono nkwa na etiso as a host. But
okay.
Or other panel omo no ho.
Ono omo no etiso. Omo so betra so bi.
Omo so ombedi dwuma wo so.
Ombedi dwuma.
Ata say aha.
Amna bo.
Omo so ye omo de. No no de oteso. Ono ati dwam.
Ono ati dwam mu. Aha. Ena wenum no ne panel members.
Omo back vocalist.
Okay, nti omo no so.
Omo na ebe bo adwumadie no ama atena se na koyie.
Okay. Nti omo so de ni tuam sa.
Aha. Okay. Till 12.
Okay.
Nti 12 no na yakọ break aye adverts kakra. Then we come back at 12:30. Till 5. NPP for a press conference area ya.
Yeah.
No almost say almost best starting on so kopim no 9.
I see.
No mienu actually. Almost no mienu. Zana no 9 oma ko shemo stadium. Now my pa nipa krobe winu unto ma minu mienu him said that is not practical because the elections they are starting on so and starting on so.
No, but Argentina almost say
some materials. Yeah, 275 constituencies. And on him say, baby a car ebe call ni ade say materials ni bedroom tem ene ombe shase ni ade no what I say you know you can't say ni na be shase 7 pepepe e bi mo be start late ene ade no no now okay. From 12:30 to 5 p.m. Ofofro aba betena dwam ti ofofro betena so a na che so no so a control bibia
why na betna so samre no
me ana Kwame Jomo me ne Kwame Jomo
okay over betna so sa every time
12:30 area
am na bo say
no num
ai eni o betna so
oh ya betna so ache
betna so ache pa wachi
me nti me sorry atene ma pom ni ade na sa aba back
abetna so
until say be ye bibia wi a ye be sorry so
enti wo so mu a wo say va wo so mu a etuamu saa kwapem no numbre
eni achi kra ni akopem so anom because adwuma na edin acha say ahodin
dwuma
you need energy nti also okodidi no aba be replenish energy na wo lose no
no asi atran so
be to aso acha say
enti ano no ahwe ya na che so wo ya atran so amana bobeye no so
sada no me ni wa on sa na etimiti na mu cheye no ni edi adane ni ade sana what I say nti sanete nti the opesa wo tibia e wo elections mu CMG is the choice because you are covering all 275 constituencies plus the national headquarters. That makes it 276.
But also MPP for Adewe na fair because you are no nationwide. Monsieur, you be go share Accra Sports Stadium. Na ye win na actually.
So delegates no more other constituencies in regions. On be fa car na be fa flights na ba be witness it. Nipa no matter na on be tie no ma jubilate wo.
Any other na mo ntra headquarters ho.
Na monto o baby back.
E ho ne collecting.
We are na nyina ya coach mu.
But headquarters one between a collecting center. And we are more collecting figures and everything.
No more declare.
Maybe
mo person mo outdoor flag bearer na at a later date. Then you do it. But you can't say ye nyina ya nkonti o ma no person mo ba ebe hwe no. Na che say o mo no mtimi ntu aba no o mo constituency ho na say o me say.
And again, what happens is that whether adenimo supporters and I say free yakutu and I say Kennedy Japan and I say Bawumia say want me and we obviously no support and to be maho.
Good. So press conference no yes just about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Almost say aspirants now sign undertaking to accept the results no matter which way it goes. And no 49 no Kennedy Japan so na number 1 da so.
Okay.
And Dr. Bobie number 2.
Okay.
And Owusu free akoto doctor on say number 3 and then
Atupa
Francis Adenimo yɛ number 4 what I say nti san krofo nan yi omagia to mu say omo rio oman rio results number accept
me ansa na gitu ma na afọ
nya o say enan ni nyina agi atum na there's aka ho biom ne say un free party ni Ulu so
Air Force.
No. The National Council ye meeting. Executive ye meeting. Now omni aspirants this year. Because I no pay President Akufo-Addo. O share aspirants no share National Council na. Omo nyina share mti omo no yes press conference say. Omo nyina undertaking say. No matter where the results go, and I say how the results go. Free party ni
na your force
obeboa the party for na yi no
Debio
say on to franca no ma break 8
va me pacho
almost na
you have been in this business for quite a long time your force say metra party no
that's what I
okay so say me breached sa agreement na obey
no you should come with a reason because you who be that. Say because I be accepted now so ye boy and crofo na ye crofo say inti free party. And no ye be bisa. Inti ye betime bisa aspirants no. Omo chita for ni bi.
If after the elections,
communication people
if after the elections and obi to say Kennedy Japan decide they say mint na party no mobile. There na be no.
Inti ye bisa omo chita for ne say na ade na omo sign no binding ana say inti omo free party ni ma ade na be koso ni ade nti. The latest is that after November 4 presidential primaries, no, Obi and free party nimbium. Aspirants nimu be free party.
What the message Obi dia send there?
What do you say?
Ogboro and cancer say more than the bond of 1844.
One free party nimu te. E just one free mun kwa o. Obe boa de ye no no. No I campaign.
The bond of 1844. Now they are begging them to stay.
It's you know. Tina party ni mu wi a no wasa boa de ye ni so ntu franka no. No aye campaign. Enti no mi bisa me ho say presidential primaries ya omu ye say candidate no omo aspirant no omo ye campaign ye ni ye tin say omo kafa omo eti no say yati de Kennedy Japan akiken ni yati de Dr. Usofri Akoto akiken even Francis Adenimo enre ya waka kire delegates say they shouldn't vote for any government appointee
because omo bon
omo ka obi na e baby ewe na nkofo for is government appointees omo me say no naturally.
Baumia government appointee, Kennedy Japan government appointee. I jatupa. Also count. But.
And in the way or nipa be say no. When we near, Ukas Omeka, Omumia Sanu no you can make that Omeka. Because already you have made us know, say they are incompetent. You are the competent one.
Yeah.
Enti no oba be ka say they make kan no na nya no kra na no be then I join campaign.
But with your experience, would you say obi ti say Kennedy Japan oluzu a obetra party no?
E be depend on the be koso. The various constituencies.
Yeah.
I don't feel say omo ye special delegates no. Yes, in Crawford be a boy. And Alanche Martin Crawford a boy, or Becan Sema, or free party. Me say, Sassam no cosubioma. Definitely Ken will not keep quiet. Or Babecan was and depending on the gravity of their course, and no nebema who say, Obe breachy sa bond of 1844 now with a bond of 2023. What I say? Aha, until the be coso no. Na me adoma me de da ye nimu. Na ebe hu pomesibre de be coso.
The society body hu be fa. But who any ideas because out of the four no. Kennedy Japan there whatever will happen, no, he will complain.
Because Enra need team a press conference. Ashanti region especially.
Enra.
Now almost say they are targeting.
Enra.
Yes, they are targeting not less than 76%. Say a survey biaba from Kumasi. Kumasi Technical University or something.
I see.
No almost say Dr. Baumia Ebewini. Now Dr. Baumia stands a better chance for the MPP to break the 8. Also, he stands a better chance to unite the party. So no emerge as flag bearer. And I can't team for some they disagree. Almost say Ashanti region they are expecting not less than 76% of the votes in the Ashanti region.
Really?
Yes. Now say Omunya less than 76, they won't accept it. They will ask for a recount and recount.
Who are table?
Oh, yeah, born a year, 12 live.
Really?
Or say Ashanti region delegates and all count. They will not accept not less than 76% of the votes in Ashanti region alone. It is a memenda almost 2 years. I say, you can't in Ashanti region, Canada, Japan, 76, I won't accept it. They will ask for a recount. Or must ask for a recount.
So which means.
And then they were accusing the Baumia team of vote buying because we also are Ashanti region portal. Intino, or Tueska. And that's so majority whip. Frank cannot dumpre. And so Madreji, member of parliament. And I pay only parliamentary reporter Havila Kekeli. Okay. And some members of the press corps Kasai. Or say MPs Nina Tio. MPs Nina 136 to 137 members on the MPP side. That's support about me. And I'm busy who sent Pacho and
137.
Yes, or say 136, 137. And I'm busy on Pacho. MPP numbers of parliament you're saying 137. Meboa.
Canada Japan.
And 137. Plus one no more now mine 138 no. Independent member of parliament now. Or second deputy speaker of parliament. Meboa. The money here 138 no. Or no, and or for me For me na enye MPP seat or your independent parliamentary member of parliament.
Yeah.
And no second deputy speaker. They are no beka ho na ma MPP 138.
Yeah.
Otherwise MPP seat 137. It is a 137 as support to Baumia. Canada Japan no. On 137 no.
Okay.
Into another support to Baumia.
Ebi abeto man. O grofo we become asema menka. Me can't grow away as a menka. I'm
Leader, let me be for me. Say, and like I said, all and you goes to say, oh, percentage, you know, arise upon 95. How does 136 become a 95% of majority members in parliament?
Okay, so now there are two issues no more. Omo ayehu adwuma. One, o say almost say we are main free party.
Free. Just on my sign bond.
Akatamaso bond.
No matter the result on Saturday, you are a member of the party.
Okay.
Free party.
Two, As out them now.
Campaign.
But Mitie Hackman. And Hackman raise the issue be or say a selfish interest and the party number drew baby.
Why more selfish interest?
Party leadership ne
so I can't member of council.
And no can so omunyina selfish interest na the party na bedru baby a he couldn't elaborate it, but
so
I don't know.
He admits that anti-party there's a problem with the party to say.
Well, that is.
Okay, said the bedroom baby agree.
Yes. That is
not just say it means that there's a problem with the party. Maybe a party agree na son of us okay.
Well, I don't know.
Because I can't say a selfish interest and then the bedroom. Can say oh
but you have it. You have Hackman, right? Okay, so let's yeah.
And the party na pejai. Who can say a selfish interest that the bedroom baby?
Me no me na my.
What do you know now?
What do you mean na kakra?
So now they accept that there's a problem in the party because 2 days ago Dr. Usofie Akoto said it that there's a problem in the party, and the fact that party rules are clear, just like Boache Jakun stated that the rules of the party have been thrown to the dogs because party are very clear. As leaders and executives, you don't openly declare support for a candidate or an aspirant in elections, national elections. But you have MPs, ministers, government appointees, some executives fully declaring, even some regional executives going to campaign for a candidate. Until now, then it means that, Omunim said there's a problem with the party. If there's a problem. Omuntiminya party no bibi. But Ghana the omuntiminya Ghana problem who bibi.
Okay, so yentie Hackman emra quick one. Yengo ti Hackman usu ajima emra. Na yami nwanwa kakra. Say of a Hackman baby or the fine.
Unity therefore suggest a happy equilibrium or harmony between these seeming dichotomies spanning the group up to the national level. Fellow patriots, taking a deeper look at our party today, I see a party which may be weaker by our attitude, our utterances, and our disrespect for each other, as well as lack of discipline. I see a party sometimes with disputes and difficulties and acrimony. I see a party where members are refusing to work together, come out for a common goal. We have allowed our personal selfish interests to override the common good. I'm not pointing fingers at any one of us. Maybe we are all responsible. Fellow patriots, it becomes clear that some deep rifts, personal interests, and bitter political resentment might have reared their ugly heads, especially among all the presidential aspirants and their supporters. Deep divides have emerged over the past few weeks within the party, which nobody but ourselves can manage to reconcile. Fellow patriots, after the few weeks of breathless campaign coverage, we can finally move on from the intrigues that have been eaten up and apportioned to a life due to negative media attention. Before moving on completely, though, it will be worthwhile to pause and examine what the ugly noises, courtesy J.B. Darocha, revealed about the MPP and what we need to do. Party unity is a necessary condition for the MPP.
And now Hackman is telling us, when he looks at the MPP, he sees bitterness,
yes,
acrimony,
yes,
disrespect, refusing to work together, and amount for selfish interest.
Yes. Who are the bitter ones?
I don't know.
Then amount for your bitter.
I don't know.
Then amount for deciding that they won't work together. Because people feel that monkey they work, bamboo they chop. Enya sana Samira koka okumase.
Yeah.
Say omo mpese party ne omo didi amen.
Yeah.
So then it means that e come dibi mu na bi amen. Na yede pacho samana mo se ye ni yemfa ayase hunu nhyen men megwa. Nti se bi adidi. O ma nidi keke o ma didi amen. E na ebi e come de o ma. Ufi so me anu be work together. Ni e work together na sa koso an didi men na come ni bi. No mo hu we no e den no ma yafa ho. And then he goes to say enu na ye amongst the presidential aspirants.
Yeah.
Not just say aspirants ni mu no e didi jabi om. Because if you feel say
but I think say trickle down to even their support base.
Say aspirants ni mu na omo working together and then support base
together. Say the MPP or no hackman him no. When he see MPP, he sees bitterness.
Yes.
So no matter who is coming with MPP atari.
But okay, say President Kufuor can assassin we.
Okay.
Just about a month ago, if I'm not mistaken, on a TV3 4-year interview.
Okay.
About MPP ni issues say eba out.
Okay.
So now it looks like people are working for themselves and not the party. Okay, assassin we. So I say the unity say focus say this is Debbie. And yes, I have MPP na no nim na.
Madam will be or a media practitioner sending me a message because Bobie, I'm surprised these people meet and still refer to each other as patriots. So did they know who a patriot is?
That's a good question. Maybe I miss some.
I from who patriots.
I miss some. Say Nenti MPP na okay onu nim na enye sam. Yes e chia ko MPP na onim no. E den no ye fa ho. And as say party
because ono
tempanyimfo biom.
Ono Hackman no. He is part of
party no omo tempanyimfo biom na.
Ono Hackman no or you part of the grabbers.
Sir?
Yes, Hackman is part of the thieves. Hackman better I generating home from go to Cocoa Board.
Enti me question me bisa ne say MPP na osi wo hu no say party no en sorry prekope en me danisa it goes through a process enti time na e fa baby na eni say fa no na panyifo ni party ni
no maybe
o me hu say ekoho anamonto ben na omutu ye what I say
yeah
ana anya enti o metena ho na omta so mo ye nhwe han sa afi ade no mu sa agirga wie no ana o me amaje sa amanfo no ebe ana e koye o de nya ebe
no ebia they were living in self denial.
Interfena o ma accept it.
Yeah, I think so.
Sir.
Because Ensema Hackman keken aye niema ye sha se ka kire wo mo said look ade a ADD ko part no mu nie ache me say from some part bepem ha. The issue about bitterness, why? Then no bit me jai party. No man can hear say akofanaba. Okay, say Alan Chematin ne first one no kwe no na ya ho grosso. He was bitter. Then aftermath, and even utie Alan resign here. And somewhere free move back.
That's a Boache Jaku issue statement. On it. So I said the time to work on it is now.
So far. Probably they were living in
but
they were living in self-denial that everything is okay. Now you are complaining in public that bibi or
even Boache Jakun's statement no can say yeah I mean Alanaba Outabeken. What about the many others who have kept quiet about their bitterness or their concerns and are waiting to show the party on December 7, 2024?
Exactly. So which means they know.
Yes.
But in public, they almost so no. Bibi anywho.
Enrechi, your reporter be on Northern Region can be. Or say MPP for communicators no be who so no na nkotena radio so nkasa.
Really?
Because some man no mo kasa no. O menyinya appointment. O menyinya appointment no meja ho. enti no me na me nkotena ho na me nkoka no ma oma ya appointment ne mra no metena radio so no mo nka say mom metena no nkasa
enyo
na every memende ekono say memende akwasi adadwo ada no
yeah
ene ebehu say bia problem ne be solve it. And I say I'm past a lot of people are better.
But would you say MPP will be the same after Saturday 7, 8, 9 p.m.?
No, so even right now MPP is not the same. MPP now MPP don't even know MPP now. So obviously the MPP is not the same. And they cannot be the same after Saturday. Because
why?
a lot is at stake. See, there are people on my imagine say even before selected these four.
Yeah.
Election crampa boache jakone adenimo tie or say tie breaker across the country. I say National Council Akosia say omo pen be break it tie. Boache Jakoka say he's going to withdraw because that is unconstitutional. A lot of people came against him after him that say okay. And a lot of the aspirants have said, say this contest is not fair. No level playing field because you have a government machinery campaigning for one candidate. Appointees, almost all appointees are for one candidate.
Why not?
Before Alan Kwebe Freemu, they say there's an establishment candidate. So it's like 3 against 1. That is what it is. Because you have majority in parliament campaigning for one candidate.
Yeah.
You have government appointees campaigning for one candidate.
National executives, regional executives, constituency executives.
So you think this is fair? And that was why there's a need for the bond today. Because I tell you that they've seen it coming. They don't want another Alan Chematin after Saturday.
But I believe it will happen. Another Alan Chematin will happen.
Because Kennedy Casas or no winning Oboka Kofa.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now I mean you are back on her.
No, nasem. No. E was say me menda nwumre. Ye hu de ebesi.
I see. Anyway, yanhwa your friend say nyame ya aduma Saturday so constituency be say omo to no omo constituency offices.
No.
Omo
create centers.
Oh, they are centers. Constituency be no omo create one center now more than one.
Depending on how big the area is. Volta region, I know. Volta region, part of the eastern region, maybe a flats, no. No. Also, they put certain venues and all that. A honum no na centers no could be changed because of insuo no ne adeno. Intini yebe omobeye, how do you call it, makeshift or provisions there.
Yeah.
But any other constituency, there are centers ombeye. In fact, last month, Ewutu Senya East MPP for no some concerned youth be members be koye press conference say how akumsi no MP wo area ho no or no na wa shed as a venue no omo nkoto aba no so no ye for baomia nti omo pese omo yiyi venues bia ebeboa baomia sebe ombetimi awia elections nim nti no omo ne for ne ham say venue no omo mpe venue no because omo nim so omo MP no we declare openly so support baomia nti baby a executives no pese omo choose say ho no omo nkoto aba no o pese o ye baomia bede.
I see.
You know, there are certain areas people have issues with venue, no. And yeah, but aside from that, I mean, we could decide so and there will be so many reasons that people will give. But I know for sure, with the exception of the party headquarters, all other constituencies and your party office or motoaban.
But almost foreign branches no more.
Omoto Enra. Omoto Enra. Baumia was leading with some 200 votes or so.
Nanya 78% ya Samuel Kuka in Unyano America. Hey. Well, okay, so Kwame, Masendo a communicate from a American chapter, MPP. Fato so wana ufonwa men send him on. Okay, my send him on. If I had the phone, I said no. Okay.
Ade.
There be new bia.
Ade phone is because baby.
Every baby.
Then say here na the phone.
And never time program is watch it.
Me
Oh, sorry, so. Okay, so Kwame, communicating to I took up in a day SND Mrs. From my branch director of research and elections, all MPP USA members, results of internal voting to determine allocation of MPP US of a presidential delegate votes November 1st. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 77.04%, 208 votes. Honorable Kennedy Japan, 22.22, 60 votes, and also free Adenimo Etaye 0.37, 0.37.
Just a one vote.
Oh,
1. Yeah.
Kwame for no at all. But it seems that they are working towards the Samia Okunumukan. That is what they are working towards.
On my culture say the job they gone. Then we know what the delegates are, the party grassroots. No, so this is now 77.04 is not 78%. Because even if you convert it, 4 no can 5, now you be 77.1. So there's a long way to go between 77.04 and 78.
But say we know e bia na e figures omwa e cookie. So ya ntwi kakra bi nto form kakra ha. Na wa na ya baba be fa. Aha. So because if someone engineer omo figures here, they can do anything at any point in time. Okay, so therefore communicate free MPP America chapter Abba. And I did to Facebook no, so we also bet me a picket communicate no. Now we'll read it through just to know exactly what is happening. Now, in the course of almost a friend say campaign no. Kwame almost the 20 cents of Bawumia, the 20 cents of Bawumia. And I think we have the part 1, right? Oh. Part part 1 no. Also we have part 1, part 2.
But I don't mean what.
Part if sir among 40 ya mo 20 cents of Bawumia part 1 mo fa no me. Yes remo. Anyway, all right. So omu rezi, but how a Kumsen or Ansah versus Kennedy?
Obi can same way how many days ago? Like 3 days ago. Say nka now feel say Ansah be yes you 10 way.
Anya kwabra kwache.
Anka onjindi. And I'm say ade. So Ansah say Kennedy Central Region come be beating. Kennedy say how akum synchrom. How akum synchrom.
Yeah.
That is a utu senya East crowd benya more than Bawumia. And how akum sin so bad and no be responde man. And now one take the response.
Yeah. Meti.
And see, I said it looks like almost everybody is against the man Kennedy. So how? Adentra. Samira went for him. Maybe Zara Kumsin has gone for him. Or Ansah gone for Kennedy. Kennedy's on one ever be nano. I mean, would to many Kennedy niade. It clearly shows, say, the race is between Kennedy and Dr. Bawumia.
Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Medase.
Too bad, sorry, so.
Miss sorry, I don't know. Sorry, so Bokom.
Yo, any Mamusway. All right, so that's it live at Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Now, Mesramo, a star 413 hash. Made me first a year winner, bro. And already the entire me say obi MSCH. Now, it's so sad. Omo mo running rafo no. I mean, almost omo ntimi tracking them no na say. Wo say o catch omo say omo encheck and ra winners dem ma. Omo so omo nya. Anyway, so already idi kan ne kasa. I think so kasa the Francis or yeah. Neba ani ne ya. Na me pesenka ye ne no edim komo. Ye ne edim komo ansana. Anyway. Enka pese ya ne no yanene di nkomo ansana makwakwa ye madwuma but that's okay dia kan de hwe Ghana ni bia wutie me enne awiei mebo eye orua hakmonso agiman video bi kirem All right, so mebo ayibi ewa about Hakma Osuajiman. What catch MPP for say? One more selfish interest in tea, and no more better kunyaso was no antisa. Today, Hakma Osuajiman a confess yatre. Say yeah. That is the issue. No crack. Sana tenyen. I didn't tear pan some munyai. Subaya muyina dino munyai osianyai. Adia yebeya and yebeye. And here we are. Saturday. Omokwa kwa tuaba. And we will see. Na ono orua Canada Japan no usisi no a ontiase akumprako no. In fact, was surprised will be okay. Good. Minya akwaba.
Yeah, Bobie in Pachapoma.
Bachoboko. Udini ye Francis, right?
Yeah,
Francis, I remember. Okay, so enra woni edi nkomo bi wo ha. Na enkomo na woni edi ye no. Enra orura bi ma menhwe semenya orura ne din a na otie wo ewo amanone. Me wa say na o send me message say obano e glasses no opese ofa hoka enti ema enra nwumre no me koda no o send this cabetu me phone so na mesrewa ma me hwehwe ne din nansa mesrew Yeah. Enra mesre abrante no a o Sundays kase yemfanto glasses enhye owura iba no me pacho se ubetimi asai asende me okay so me all the safest Ansah Ergo Cassetti or the safest or minim so wa brochi na minim country kra or so or send this cassette or banner glasses no yemfa ento glasses no emma obano seba yes catch de no a owini ni enra no ubetimi ene abusuafo so e de ato bibi edi yene ntina na me pese me boso na nipa bonifo bi afa akire enti me pacho o number we ya na ye omomo number
me pacho
okay all right ene me pacho within the next 5 minutes ye be send this scan at Kwame pacho jiwe na tro ni momo number na ema ye na ye direct scan nkoso ema no me pacho nsaka ma ye nte wonka na auto glasses ne so a na wa send ye pictures why na watch ya obana ma ye na ka kire ne say we are with obana bema
pacho
bema we are with him why empa bomu ani bibiam we are with him enti ami
pija mu fi adumu kwa adumu
ami
mama majuma munya no enye kese wo Ghana nyina
alhamdulillah
na yakopon fam so muwa mobro wafu nyina na
alhamdulillah yeah that's bebre Uncle Francis. All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5. Now, na meka no gusu a meka asem. Na all right, so yango tie ensem a Hawaii Kumsin ekafa Canada Japan ho bi yengo tie sa ensem ni bi yengo tie ensem wa kafa no ho bi mo se ade na se no ye ka kire mu nyina se baabi a mode eye party ni ko no enye
Japan
oh munya
we are Ghana gas board chairman what are so timu what reasoning Woyiri Eye Shippers Council board chair from 2017 ekosi me
we de mun yi ni na ntre
what context is when jemu policy direction from 2017 ekosi me one so that so wo e wo Ghana gas na o ba ka sa ku fa do aban wa wo mu ya ne so ama sanya wo so won ka adeni mo ne da to ama adeni mo so ye ono ka ma e mo to new story no me na be tuni aka story Japan we are Ghana gas board chairman what are so timu what reasoning Woyiri Eye Shippers Council board chair from 2017 ekosi me
we de mun yi ni
awa Ansah Hawa Kumsin Chris Kaosi, may God bless Mr. Cephas for his kind gesture towards the small boy. All right, thank you. Cephas baby I will be ano ma yenti wonka Ansah Hawa Kumsin kind of cranene Sanka omuhwemu a ese baomi adanimo and then get some to abanoma no you see amanfo mu nya mo free Canada Japan won nyina mo adane mo achi asif se mu nya ahwe but Canada wabua bi MPs anyway mama ni nkomo we mra ora kwa me oso Ansah campaign manager edema ora Canada Japan Ofakwame akwaba
ya amo
Pacho boko de
ya boko
ye da ye wase Ofakwame ene utumi ko Alisa hotel ni bi
ai candidate ko e media na majuma sorry njima nko bi ndi woni chairman ko e
Ofakwame grounds to say
grounds ye pa grounds were very 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 good fertile say juma de o ye juma papa e ma o man eni ukura ya shewa ni monyam enti yewura so wa wonim se wa ye adwuma se de mete se wo kano emre du se wono kwa ye campaign a wojane ho eto wo ne wakwa akobua amanfo a wo ni bie wo ma wo ye muno MP4 no are making sure say distribution of logistics be a we here was side boa and the boa ne party
but
beyond the obia can be and so machine I'm very positive
but offer metie MPs ni bi omon sam kan about a year oracle in the Japan even how akumsin na metie ni sisia the other few ones are me nim sen on krofo we di enke ni kwai say obi beka say tia Kennedy grandpa and common ebeye but they are doing it.
It's okay. We are saying yes, na you run on the focus more of Ghana as you said ya can a budget Ghana as you and the individuals in it a warm some so be a warm no meaning kaya and none of the timinka outsiders never shake. But adoye wonu mo so awo wa awo ken eno ana de ne beko higher levels and they were confident said they why even if people don't recognize it there are observers from the outside party
nam se obi the communicate be sending me Matthew Samuel talking about Baumia not less than 78%. Then run here say American chapter 1 America. Or more a year or more dear and figures na me hu no Baumia is around 77%. Ora Kennedy is around 22%. Don't you think say a figures no more boss no more headed towards to that figures?
That is not true. They did the same thing. Yeah, because super delegates, you bring 87, Nanki, we are Nanki, and then Kobio. But what was the outcome? And was also Krumha. Yeah, normal survey. Major, you'll be acquiring a corner. Now, try taxi mo. What try a Bragiamo. What try Basimo. Everybody talks about Kennedy and a bit me, Aji or my sure. So why would anybody vote for Obia to man a presidential aspirant position we are not party in Kobabia? I think it's a Obia him the Ecoso and this for him say Papa when and they will start attacking him. But Obia Behu the ABC November 4, which is only Saturday.
Of a the okay. And no sorry, no be sending me here about me a video be on also kind of same thing. Say and this for attack no na omo pampa Kennedy because omo nim say on a winnable candidate. Is that the standard?
Omo attacking one and I'm not waka.
Assembly sir.
Omo me say na mansema be a okai and omo e paso attacking no. And Kennedy is different. Kennedy or make a lot of things. I say, we are BC, one CBC. He came in as an economic wizard. I will be him. At the end, is for near more country. Maybe I don't know my first at the reply. No, but Kennedy, they're attacking on a personal level, which means it shows the fear. I say, woman, himself, you run no bar. ADPT, they are in trouble. And there are different sets of attacks.
Okay.
Attack on your person.
Okay.
An attack on the utterances you have made with regard to the economy, which you have actually relied on and made so much when you became a leader. And that is a two different things.
Well, but if say you discuss here about attacks on the economy, say Baumia say Agenda 111 on the buy as vice president. Other policies.
This put me, you are asking me a question, sir. Well, say, yeah, and this is for attack him. And yeah, Kennedy. And I'm saying there are two different sets of attack.
Yeah.
And this is what the agenda 111 say 555. That is not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I am defining the kind of attacks that is being used on both of them. And I make sure, sir, if you can send me the agenda 111, if you can say e-levy, there will be no more e-levy. If you catch them, say, young Kobe IMF, those are the type of attacks that be a home attack with regard to promises that was made from his mouth always. And that is different from Kennedy having made that because he didn't have that. He was not a leader to have made those statements. So they are two different things.
Anyway,
so the agenda 115, that is not a subject matter.
Anyway, but Nyami Adomoa and the Musia, yet say because the same Komobia Dibiana forward and common Kwani Yedi. Nyami Adomoa say, Omama candidates now sign bond say, who we knew, when we knew, main free party, Tina party. With that agreement,
yeah, free party. Yeah, comment in the Tina party. A party yet, and he did documented science photogenically. Yeah, party. And we are a veteran. And you, man, no, my subject is a movie I'm better. Yeah, they attack really. Yeah,
of course, one day, one say, and then because whatever it is, we MPP for. When you are more baby, I continue then a mama sign a year agreement say, why we near main free party. Yana name one wanted a mammy busa. Why?
Now, that means you are asking the wrong person.
But more was
my science. Who free committee, no, now Buzam. I mean, they say compromise it and be out. And the amateur say, yeah, paper sign any at my party. Party no your count and your tear. Your bettinum, your G party no SEO. And make sure, say, your BT and DC4. That is all we have between now and the next 2 days.
Ashanti region, good Emma Oraken. And I'm to say, Moncrophone be a press conference. Ashanti region, you are looking around 77-78%. Anything less or no, Nyadia or Mobeji Atum.
Look, election there, people make political talks, right? Yeah, 77 and our number Omokayana. Yen to me saying. We are man our gentleman, as there will be a to about a fair. A fair, dear, say fair. Now, one gentleman because prediction, you know, the Omaka 87 to Omania 87, Wombasarandana. These are political talks. We hope to do very well with the prediction, but I'm one. Then you say, we are law abiding people.
Of us and Abekono, more satisfied with the processes, preparations, Bibia, more okay, more satisfied. Say, okay, Bibia did an aquam taught, Bibia fair.
Can be Ayana Mekase, Emradia Yeshatu, and the Oma Ibuso. The processes in the normal and Kanipa DNA and Kayampa traffic lines so could be an original. Yet the traffic lights you are a binum deliberately cross it. The process that has been put in place is very, very fair. As to whether the actors will comply and obey the rules is something that I cannot predict. Yet, you can say the big one here, the Imranaso. And we are calling on all other people similarly to come. No more so here. May need a the rules and regulations are elections committee for Atiasio. It's as simple as and you say a fair and a very, very fair. But yes, it may be idea, Nipa idea. My traffic light, Nipa jump traffic. They do all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And no necessary worry about and no necessary making sure it will be complied with. Now, as you know,
okay. Okay. I am say memenda omno mbehwe so momnu ne hia. Emrane de yahye gu ho.
And I yahye emrane de omhwe so wo mo a pesi bumra so and ebe hia. De omo hwe so de so mo ya umpires keke. Ba me hope say ye nyina artist no obi a woye or contest bia be two in crop for say o munni emra ye dia baso na yenjai ehunahuna wan we be ye we ya shemra so to ne apa onchen ye ade foforo. But overall the committee has done very well. It's about the rest of it yeah.
Okay. Ofa Kwame, okay hunahuna ya ye free mampo de kontonchifo yi. Ya so obi hunahuna obi a na chese ase bibi gina baabi ebechewo. Okay hunahuna ase ane say.
Oh ya ne bi ne mko around right me ka say man to aba ma we ya we delegate ya yi a ibe yi wa primu constituency we say ya woni ama smashia ene emu nyina ibe yi mo primu. Those are brofo kind of intimidations. But una a man can from a teacher me. But any ma do why I can't more man ko yesi be say yes mama mani pa and ko da baby almost a man baby ada. Those are the things. As I said, you jai say inipa di on one also a adepa. Yeah, in fact, and bebre for this particular election.
I see. Of about Obia testimony say na Kwabena ofa Kwame. Also can say omu winia MPs ni bebre o Ashanti region ombebo amomotu omu nyina. You know so intimidation ni bia.
Ashanti region bia. I don't know say the way brofo intimidations no any una say bia want to share simple my intimidation different from what we're missing. One say me know what I say me di hina be me di hina. Me na kwaya me mo amani. That is not intimidation.
I see.
Now okay say one for man kwa wuni hina that is intimidation. Ma obi enye misconstrue the two different things. Maka say obi nkonshira busedi. Nka Ashanti region wasem.
Mati ofa. Over mami nyao na kwotua adwuma aka so minim se aka emreka krem adwuma ndoso edoso memenda
honorable chairman
yes that's it
for brand so a onkonkoto abapa eno na ehia no and the other masipi
I mean over that CBB all right so that's it and live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Okay, so yaw akwaba
yenu akwaba
me pacho yam fo we no ntwire ho na yaw yem bie niema mienu bi ani so awie ya ema emu na ho yi na emu da ho yi a dia aka na ya to aso am say audio bi aba ya enenam sa pacho say ayi so letter no ayi friend say papa e friend Matiamidu and a person no say very good
minutes. All right. And it will be clear.
Just to give you a breakdown of the delegates based on regional basis, the Greater Accra region, about 39,134 delegates are expected to actually voted by now, and they are done. The Ashanti region, 34,987. The Eastern region, 21,233. The Central region, 18,127. The Western region, 13,717. The Volta region, 11,995. The Northern region, 11,803. The Upper East region, 8,118. The Bodo East region, 7,571. The Bono region, 6,661. The Upper West region, 6,640. The Western North region, 6,122. The Northeast region, 5,210. The Ahafo region, 4,240. The Savannah region, 3,364. The Oti region, it's going to be 3,490. And then the party headquarters of the New Patriotic Party is 463. In all, makes 439 delegates that are expected to vote in this entire exercise. Now, the biggest delegates are from the Greater Accra region, which has about 39,134. And then you have the Ashanti region, which is 34,987. Dr. Awal, can you conclude by saying that any of these candidates who is able to win the Greater Accra and Ashanti region might end up carrying the day, looking at the number of delegates in that particular region? The Greater Accra having 39,134, and then the Ashanti region 34,987.
Yeah, that's appears so from the figures you've put out. But it's also yet too early in the day to want to say that there can be a marginal, an outstanding win in any of these regions. I say so based on the figures trickling in also from the Ashanti region. In the last election, Dr. Bawumia did extremely well.
Very well in Ashanti region, yes.
Now, earlier before now, the thinking was that he would have improved on it because Alan Chermanten is not in the race. But it does appear that that is not the case. What we are seeing is Honorable Kennedy Ajapong getting deep into the Ashanti region and then making a lot of political gains. And that takes me to some new level of thinking. When you look at those provisional results that have come in, so far we've seen Zebila, Sin Central, Cape Coast North, Ahanta West, and Kwabena won by Honorable Kennedy Ajapong, and that's very monumental. And the question that we would want to ask ourselves as we sit here is, what has changed? And then thinking aloud, a number of the things that would come into my mind would be, these regions, what is the proportion of their people in government? How many of them have been appointed? Could it be protest votes against the system? What benefits have they had over time from the political party NPP? And if all of those answers are skewing to, if they skew to the fact that they haven't benefited so much, tendencies are that this could be accounting for the results that we are seeing, especially with Kennedy beginning to win some of these places.
Let's go to Mabel Anan at Ladadekotopon, who she's standing by for us for some results. Mabel, good afternoon to you, and let's hear you. Yes, good afternoon, Mabel. Yes, let's hear you, Mabel.
Yes, currently the voting has ended. We are done counting. Yes, and the provisional results are Kennedy 519, Bawumia 679, Dr. Akoto 3, Adainimo 2, rejected ballots are 3, and valid votes count are 1,203. And with Kennedy and Bawumia, the difference is 160.
Okay.
So far, 99 delegates didn't vote.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's huge.
Yes.
That's a big number. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mabel Anan. So that's Mabel Anan there, coming reaching us from Ladadekotopon. Kennedy Japan had 519, and then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 679. So Usafri Yakoto had 3, Dainimu 2 rejected ballots, 3, and then 99 people did not vote. Right. Also, it's interesting because you're seeing some bit of people who are not voting in there and all that. I mean, these are internal exercises, so I'm certain that there will not be any apathy in there.
Someone is telling me that the rejected ballots are those who took money from all the candidates. That's all I know because it's strange for for internal contest.
Yes, internal contest
so
like this,
for us to be having, but that's on a lighter note.
Yes.
No, results are. I mean, certified results are gradually trickling in. So we just have.
Because for an internal exercise like this, we're not expecting maybe some apathy or something like that.
Oh,
A place like that, they could put 99 people not coming out to vote.
You've seen how we've gone through this process, and I always maintain we learn from our previous experiences. Most of the rules, most of the reforms that were brought were based on previous primaries we've had. This is not the first, and it won't be the last. But we keep building up on it. It's going to be an MPP victory, at least if for nothing at all. We've gone through this peacefully. I mean, no violence, no. I mean, apart from people thinking the voting process could have conducted in a faster way. But look at the results trickling in some of the places with very huge numbers already churning out results. So it's a big victory for the MPP.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, whoever comes out victorious is going to lead the new patriotic party.
All right.
But until EC comes out, it looks, I mean, I have a fair idea of where it's heading. But the results coming in
it doesn't matter the margin, does it?
Doesn't matter. At the end of the day,
whoever
MPP
wins,
is going to
okay.
win.
But it doesn't matter the
Who
margin.
will say, who amongst them, the four, even though we now have two front runners, who amongst them is not passionate about the MPP? Who amongst them would prefer another party in power? And you saw them signing up to the documents at the National Council. Nobody forced them to. It's for the love of the party. And we've shown that. There were even some places where two of the candidates didn't have agents. You know, so it's a win for the MPP at the end of the day. We've shown class, we've shown that we are organized party, we've shown that we mean it when we say development in freedom. No, people have expressed their opinions, people have said what they think. This is what MPP delegates are made of.
Okay.
You know.
All right. I'm having some results from, I think, Pando Ken 245, Bawumia 100, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 118. Ifria Koto had 3, Adainimu had 2, rejected ballot 4. And just as Loretta said, I'll be on the lighter, so the rejected ballots are actually showing a lot in here. We have Yulo Krobo, Canada, Japan 322, Dr. Bawumia 468, Ifria Koto had 6, Adainimu 2, rejected ballots 1, and 32 people actually were absent. That means they didn't vote. Compared to this to Lada de Kotopon, where about 99 people didn't actually turn up to vote. Let's go to the northern region and talk to Mutala Isa, who is studying by. Mutala, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Mutala. Hello, Mutala.
And we are coming to you live from the Nanama. Yeah, hello, George. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mutala.
And we are coming to you live from the Tamale North Constituency. Protest contender who had 150 African affiliate to come out fight. Honorable Adaito and vote. That's one rejected ballot. The point of the 500 is telling you affected vote this morning. 500 of delegates are the key, while 7% are absent. Just the reflection of education across northern the figure we are giving you.
The chairman of the Presidential Election Committee, I am very happy and most grateful for the turnout And in fact, what I've observed, everything has been calm since in the morning, and everything was going on freshly. Nothing has happened. No casualty, no injuries, no fight, everything was so expert as I had expected it. And I'm so grateful that we have ended it successfully. What I can say is that the victory is not for His Excellency Alhaji Bawumia, but the victory is for MPP. The victory is for MPP. Because after these elections, we all need to come together as one before we can break the eight, which is very, very important.
Are you surprised that Canada Japan pulled the surprise in certain polling stations? I'm seeing figures from the Volta region, parts of the Ashanti region, and then the central region. Are you surprised?
Well, I'm not surprised because it's bound to happen. We are all human, and everybody the way he does his politics. So I'm not all that surprised that he has been able to pull this.
Alhaji, I'll get back to you. Let me take over the figures again. If you guys join us, you're live on Ghana television. And here at the Tamale North constituency, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia has polled 393 votes. His closest contender, Canada Japan, had 123. Honorable Akoto polled 5, the former Greek minister, and then Adainimo had 2 votes. Out of 538 delegates expected to vote here today, 524 turn up. We are told that 5 of the delegates are no more, while 7 did not show up at all. It has been generally a very calm atmosphere across the northern region. You heard Alhaji, he's the chairman of the Council of Elders talking here. He is urging party followers to join, to bury their differences, join forces, and look forward towards 2024. Alhaji, here, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia polled 393, but I am a bit surprised at Kennedy's performance. I spoke with Abre this morning, and he was of the view that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was going to hit 100% at this polling station. Are you surprised that Ken made 123?
Exactly. So I'm not back on the condition of God model. But it's going to happen. But I am so excited because at the beginning of everything has become so calm. That is what I was expecting. It's what I was expecting. So what has happened, even though we were expecting him to get that, but what has happened is he has declared the nation 395. So that is probably about 9%. So as our economy is we need to come together as one. And the thing was so clear, so transparent. Nothing bad has happened. No agent has complained. No intimidation has been done. So that alone, as a Council of Elders chairman, I'm so happy. I'm so excited.
Alhaji, thank you very much. Abra, you earlier this morning told me that you're expecting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to poll not less than 90% of the votes here. Kennedy has pulled a surprise. What's your initial thoughts on this?
Yes, it's a surprising thing to us. Looking at the work we did on the ground for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But nonetheless, we think that this is a victory for the MPP, for everyone. Canada Japan is a party struggle, and we all expect that at least he has his people around. So this is a very good news for the people of Tamale North. At least we talk about 75% of the votes. That is enough. This is a clear signal that the people of the Tamale North constituency has spoken slightly. And then for considering the fact that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is I think we are happy. And I think the people of the 10 who are on the ground here also did marvelously well. We all pushed each other, and then we got the results that we have. And the most important thing is that the Tamale North constituency had delivered. Yeah, had delivered for the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Myself and my colleague, Honorable Habib, we went around with the Council of Elders, we spoke to people, told them why they should vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We started this particular activity 2 days to the election, and we think that it is that particular move that has yielded this result for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I think we have to congratulate ourselves for the kind of work we did for Dr. Mahmoud
Abra is beginning to tap himself
is playing the leader here, nodding his hand. Again, we are almost wrapping up here. The results are still coming from the various constituencies across the northern region. We are told that you have an interest in the parliamentary elections. We will talk to you on that on a different date. But I wish you the very best of luck. And back to you in the studio. I know you have to cross over to other regions for this live. We have been coming to you live from Nobisco, that is for Tamale North constituency. Mutala Isa, Gilbert Gao behind the camera. Over to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Mutala Isa from Tamale North, and the results from there. Kennedy Japan 123, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 393. Also Usifri Akuto had 5, Adainimu had 2, and that is coming from Tamale North. Hohoi constituency. Kennedy Japan 327. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 266. Free Akuto had 3, Adainimu had 2, and 5 rejected ballots. This is from Hohoi. And then Akachi South. Kennedy Japan had 307. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 331. Free Akuto had 1, Adainimu had 5, rejected ballot is 17. Wow. And then Angloga. You have Ken having 356. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 318. Free Akuto 5, Adainimu 2. Rejected ballot is actually 7. And then South Dai, Kennedy Japan had 173. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 188. Free Akuto 1, Adainimu 2, rejected ballot 4. And these are provisional results coming from the various voting centers. In Pando, Kennedy Japan have 245. It looks like he's doing very well in the voter region. Wow. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 181. Free Akuto had 3. Adainimu had 2. Rejected ballot is 4. And there was one from, I think, Keta, which he actually won that aspect coming from Keta too. Yes. So for Keta, Kennedy Japan, 288. And then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is 281. Free Akuto had 1. Adainimu 0. Rejected ballot 16. And then Akachi North, Kennedy Japan 128, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 133. Free Akuto had 29. Very impressive show up here. And then Adainimu 2, rejected ballot is 12. There's one from Agotime. Kennedy Japan had 172, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 185. Free Akuto had 10, Adainimu 1. Rejected ballot is 4. And then Ketus North. Kennedy Japan had 383. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 312. Free Akuto had 3. Adainimu had 6. Rejected ballot is 8. Ratu, what's with voter region and then Kennedy Japan? For voter region, the number of delegates it's 11,995. I mean, for the provisional figures and what we've read so far, it looks like it's having some interesting showing in the voter region.
Regional dynamics are different. No, and as from what I gather, he also did some form of targeting and all that. So probably he put a lot of effort in there, knowing he had hope in there. Because I'm trying to get the number of constituencies
in the voter region. Okay, all right.
How many constituencies are in there? How many are coming?
For the voter region, but the delegates are 11,995.
So far,
yes.
How many?
Well, I think we've not even got it
because
half
what exactly?
Figure,
so it's too early to because everybody is turning out results that favors them. So let's.
This one is certified results from the Electoral Commission for Whole Central.
Whole Central, Kennedy Japan 349. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 176. Free Akuto had 4. Adainimu had 3. And then I think rejected ballot is 4.
Hey.
What's with this rejected ballot thing?
I think I'm forced to believe the person says they took money.
I think it's perhaps it's some level of apathy among some affected party. individuals within the political party. Now, my understanding of political parties is that individuals are in there for collective and personal benefit.
West constituency. I have the figures coming in from Aswasi as well. Aswasi is in the Ashanti region. Kenya Japan polls 225. DMB polls 792. Akoto 3, Adai Nimo 1. So you take note of that as well. These are the two latest ones we have at the moment. Doc, you're making a point.
Yes, you see, the analysis, the young man, I'll call you a young man.
Yes, that's fine.
You know, the analysis is made. Is on point. That is why, look, I've said it, and I'll keep repeating it, that a Bawumia presidency is not good for this country. It will not bode well for this country. You see, because of the fact that it is the establishment that is propping him. You see the point? There are some people within the establishment who want, you know, Bawumia to remain in power at all costs.
Of course.
You understand that? So that whatever benefits they are getting,
they continue to get.
They continue to get.
Which happens everywhere.
But you see, it is not. It is not a flagrant violation of common sense, where everything inures to your, you know, financial benefit, your economic benefit. You know, how about the mass of the people? You understand what I'm saying? For example, there is this Japadia thing that is making the rounds, and the authors of that particular thing have not denied it, and it's frightening for this country, because if an ethnic group will say that they have never lost a war back in the day before the colonial masters came, they had never lost any fratricidal wars, so it now is the time for them, you know, to assert their kingdom in this country, and every, you know, financial benefits will have to come to them. Crumbs can be given to the other ethnic groups, so
okay,
that they
Doc,
are not.
I'll come back to you again, and my other guest in the studio as well. But let me just go over to the lines and speak to Ernest Sapong. Ernest is reporting to us from Ansah. Ernest, what's happening where you are?
Well, thank you. The name is Ernest Sapong, please.
Ernest, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. When it comes to Ansah constituency, where the majority seat is, please. In Ansah, they voted at Ansah Primary School. Ansah Primary School. Can have 217 for Kenya Japan. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has 739. Dr. Akoto has 0. And last one, Adenimo has 2. Total votes 961. Rejected 2, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ernest, for keeping us up to speed with the results from Ansah there. I also do have results from Inshiaso in the Ashanti region. Kennedy Japan has a 379. DMB has 436. Efriakutu 5. Francis Adainimo on 4. These are results coming through from Inshiaso. As and when we do get any other results, I would let you know. The Honorable Kennedy Japan is pulling in some strong numbers compared to what a lot of people thought he would do. Okay, so I've got a few more results also coming in. This one is coming from Ningo Prampram. Well, I'm being told that there are some gunshots at Asin Central. We should be going there and getting some information on that pretty shortly. Okay, so Raymond is on the line from Asin Central. He's got some updates on this gunshots. Raymond, what's happening there?
Yes, as we are all monitoring situations here, the voting has ended and counting has already started and the results are trickling in. But there was an incident in Asin Central. The incident was that, if listeners will remember, there was some misunderstanding between Kennedy Japan and the former MP for Suhum, who, according to information, threatened Honorable Kennedy Japan on air that if he's a man, he will visit his constituency and show him that he is also a man. For that matter, this man came to Asin Central this afternoon when the counting was ongoing. That's Ansah. He came with about 3 bodyguards and came with a gun. There was a gun on them. So the incident was that a lot of people don't know the man personally. So when he made an attempt to enter where the voting has ended and counting was going on, somebody spotted him and said, is it not Ansah? That was what drew the attention of other guys around. So they also called for their colleagues to go and attack him. So his bodyguards attempted to prevent that incident. And one of the bodyguards put a gun and shot into the air. So the police who were around also had about 3 guns on them. And they also gave a warning shot to disperse the crowd. So that was what exactly happened this afternoon. And unfortunately, or fortunately, Kennedy Japan, whom he came looking for, was not there. Because Kennedy Japan immediately finished voting early in the morning. He left the area. So as at the time, Ansah came in the afternoon to come and supposedly attack him, as he promised that he would come into his constituency. If he thinks he's a man enough to attack him on radio and nobody will say anything, he will come to his constituency personally. So that's what happened.
Okay, thank you, Raymond, for that update. We appreciate that.
Yeah, but the result that came was interesting in that constituency. As they promised giving Honorable Kennedy Japan 100%, they gave him 491 as against 16 of Dr. Bawumia, because the money that was meant for the delegates, none came to the Asin Central. They gave money to Asin North, they gave money to Asin South. But all the money that Dr. Bawumia gave to all the delegates across the country, not even one city came to Asin Central.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Raymond, thank you. So that was our correspondent, Raymond, from Asin Central there. I'm not too sure why, the former MP for Suhum, Frederick Ansah, would go there in such a heated situation. Absolutely no point. For me, not necessary, in my opinion, but well, he's chosen to go there. Let's get some other results coming in as well. This one is coming from Ningo Pram Pram. Ningo Pram Pram. The Honorable Kennedy Japan polls 485 in Ningo Pram Pram. Dr. Bawumia 418. So Kennedy Japan wins that. In Bosome Freho, in the Ashanti region, Kennedy Japan polls 233. Dr. Bawumia polls 226. So Ken wins that one as well. In a dance formula, I knew this one Ken was going to win. Yes, Bosome Freho. Yes, he's won in Bosome Freho. He seems to be winning in all their dancing areas. And I can understand why. I can understand why. He's got friends there, a lot of friends there, and the MPs there, I know, have a relationship with him, including TK Hammond. Oh, okay. That's like Ken's brother. And he's won in KT Hammond's area as well, which is Adanse Formula. He's won there as well. Kennedy Japan polling 224 with Dr. Bawumia polling 117. I'm not surprised by the figure. In Upper Menya Krobo, this should be an interesting one as well. Kennedy Japan winning 354, Dr. Bawumia winning 210. That's in Upper Menya Krobo. In Bantsma, okay, so Bernard had already given us this, but I'm now picking it up.
Yes.
That was close. Yeah. That was close. That's Kennedy Japan polling 404, and Dr. Bawumia polling 422. That's a difference of only 18 votes. And there's a constituency of the Minister for Works and Housing. That's Asensu. And we know they don't get along. Okay. So that's an interesting one. That's a showdown there. That's a showdown there. Okay, so I'm getting different figures for Bumpurugu Yonyo. So I would need clarity on this one. I'm getting results. Okay. This one is not confirmed, so I wouldn't want to go into this one. Okay, I've already gotten the results from Kwesi Minting, where Ken won by 213 to 175. So it appears that Ken Ejapon is doing well in Greater Accra, Central, Western, and Volta, and he's splitting votes in Ashanti, Bono, East, and Ahafo. But he's not doing too well in the North, and maybe, just maybe, that is where it gets pretty interesting there. Ken Ejapon has also won in Amasaman in the Greater Accra region, 848 to 544 for Ken Ejapon in Amasaman constituency. Bernard, I know in the next 1 hour or two, I mean, the two camps should have all these results by now. They should have results.
I'm sure they've got everything by now.
Yeah,
I'm driven by data.
Yeah.
And look at it here. This is Global Info Analytics.
Yes.
Released 5th October 2023.
Yes.
Let's look at MP race in the swing regions. In the swing region, Kennedy got 39%, but 38%.
Okay. And who is behind Global Info Analytics?
Musa Dankwa.
Okay.
And guess what? Undecided was 19% in swing regions. Undecided 19%. So it is reflecting.
Yes.
And what are the swing regions? Greater Accra, Central, Western, and I think one of the regions. And you could realize that in all the swing regions, Ken is winning. And if you are going into any major election and you do better in swing region, it's a sign of victory.
That's right.
Clearly. So if you look at the data here, MPP race in the swing regions. Overall, Ken got 39%, but Mahmoud Bawumia got 38%. Adenimu 2%, Afriye 2%. Undecided 19%. And in this undecided, about 80% were Alan supporters. So majority of the Alan supporters today transferred their vote
gravitate towards Ken.
To Ken.
I'm just imagining how all of this would have played out if Alan was still a part.
Let me tell you today, Ken originally was not coming in for the race. He fell sick at a point and went to the US for some surgery. You remember?
Yes.
In that surgery, at that time he was in the camp of Alan. I know that for a fact. For a fact. Now, Ken was expecting Alan to pay him a visit. That did not happen. Alan delegated 3 guys that I know them personally to pay Ken a visit. So when Ken recovered and came back, he felt that Alan didn't treat him well. So the show off between him and Alan started off. So Ken came in as more like a payback to Alan. In fact, Ken did not come in to win. Let's get it straight from today. Ken just came in as more like, oh, I'm close with you. I fell sick. Even outsiders travel all the way to US to have a look at me. You didn't show up. Rather, you delegated people to come. I'll contest and let you lose. So Ken did not come in with the mindset to win. However, when Ken stepped into the race, he's a grassroots leader. And whether you like it or yes, he's now more like an institution in the MPP.
Yeah.
So the grassroots saw in Alan more like a quiet personality, somebody that when you follow him and things happen, he doesn't reciprocate. They drifted towards Ken. What gingered Ken more was him placing second in the super delegate election. And he felt that if within a year I could come past Alan, who has dreamt to become president since 1998, then I need to push hard. Then you realize that there were a lot of business people in the MPP who were not happy. So Ken campaign was first moved by the CEO of Cocoa PBC, Alfred Anye. So Alfred Anye mobilized business community in MPP to throw their support behind Ken. And that meeting gave the trailblazer. So for me, Ken originally was not to go this far. Like Donald Trump. Donald Trump, when he started the American...
nobody was expecting him to go that far.
I was in US at that time. I was going for this Mandela Washington Fellowship. And in fact, in my institute, out of 50 fellows, I was the only one for Donald Trump. I went to Trump more like a rally. Me rally in Virginia. And one in Pennsylvania. I said that Trump was going to win. You know why? He was speaking the language of the masses. And when Trump was speaking, the blacks were not liking him, but the whites were dying for Trump.
And they have the numbers.
And I said that, look, Trump was going to win. And don't forget that the U.S. system is not like Ghana.
Yes.
You win by certain proportionate and stuff. And when they put together, Trump won. When he won, you
need 270 from the
electoral college. Exactly.
When Trump won, then the CNN VOA started running him down. He's not presidential material.
And he had already won.
And I told my guy that, look, this guy will win over Clinton or whoever the Democrat present. Now, going forward, if you look at this data, and with all honesty, if you look at the 2024 version of the research report, it pegged Mahama against Bawumia, etc. If you look at the general election, assuming if election were held today, and Mahama is pegged alongside Bawumia.
That's 45.9.
Mahama get 45, Bawumia get 35, and the undecided is 6.3. So, Mr. Segbefia made a point that we need a clear-cut communication strategy because you have Mahama.
We as in the NDC.
Yeah, I'm a member of the NDC, so okay. I agree. I much agree more than what he said. Okay. The reason is that I'm using the data by the MPP primaries as a case study. Anything said by Global Info has come to pass as of today.
Yes.
Now let's come to the general election. In the same report, it says that if the NDC puts Mahama forward, he garners 45.9, Bawumia gets 31.3. Undecided, Alan gets 10.8 because of the Ashanti factor. And the middle class, I can tell you, if you put Mahama, Bawumia, Alan there, and you put 100 to middle class to vote for them, 50% to go for Alan. Because they've tested Mahama before, tested, but they don't tested Alan. So Alan vote is 10.8. Look at the undecided, 6.3. And all the other candidates are the Chirabosom and the rest put together is around, hoping around 2%. So my fear is that if we don't work hard as NDC and think that is a foregone conclusion, the 2024 election may go into runoff. Because the data here says that if Alan is able to garner 10.8 and Bawumia garner 31.3%, Mahama is getting 45.9%. Assuming if the MPP present Bawumia, if nothing changes, and Alan popularity is consolidated, this is the data we are going to have.
Okay, another one just coming in. This one is coming from Seshi Joabusu. Seshi Joabusu. That's Kwabena Minta Akando's constituency. Or the Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando. Sorry, I left the Honorable out. So, Kennedy Japan polls 383. 383. Kennedy Japan polls 383. Dr. Bawumia is polling 277. 277. Dr. Akoto 1. Adainimo 0. Rejected ballot 2. In this day, 2023, you go and queue to vote and you mess the ballot paper up.
And you are a delegate.
You spend your time to queue and you can't put your thumbprints where you're supposed to vote in 2023. I can't believe there are rejected ballots or spoiled ballots in an election in
maybe what we need to do is, info analytics and all those things, they should, what goes into people not voting properly?
I can give you one answer. When you take from here and take from here, you spoil the vote.
Oh, that is okay. That it means if you are working, if your conscience, if you vote according to your conscience, then it could be deliberate.
Yes, deliberate. Some do deliberately. It's intentional. Because I've been into election in some instances, they will take from the left, take from the right.
I know.
So whom do I give you to?
Okay, this one is close. This one is probably,
you don't show up at all.
This one is probably the closest I have seen all afternoon in the election. The results coming in from Adenta.
Okay.
This is probably the closest I have seen. Now check this out. Kennedy Japan 728. Pay attention to the figure. Kennedy Japan 728. Dr. Bawumia 727.
Just one.
Just one. This is probably the closest you would see anywhere with the election results. Just one
vote
in Adenta. Adenta is supposed to be a contest seat.
Yeah.
When I say a contest seat, you understand.
Yeah.
That's the brother-in-law of the vice president. That's Samira's brother's seat.
Yes.
Wow. 728.
You see,
for
so
it
plays
and
into the fact that
727.
For
Dr. Bobie. This is unbelievable.
You see, Greater Accra being a swing region, so to speak, and the votes are close like this. I mean, it's a clear indication that the delegates are against the establishment.
Straight. It's more than half.
It's a message, yes.
Okay, so I've got another one that you would want to hear.
Okay.
And you would want to hear for the reasons we discussed Bumprugu and Yagaba Kubori.
Okay.
The reasons we discussed that one. In Nalerigu.
Okay.
That's the vice president's constituency. A total of 915 people voted. 915.
Yes.
915 people voted.
Yes.
So pay attention to this. DMB 915.
So 0 for 10.
I don't have to say.
so we have 3 constituencies that have given him 100%.
100%, straight up.
Okay, so let's flip and go back to Ken.
Ken has never won anywhere 100%.
No, I'm making a case.
Okay.
Can you flip and get out the data for Ken Baletka constituency, Asin Central?
Okay, so Ken won all the 3 Asins.
Yes, but get us Asin Central.
Okay, I would have to, yeah.
Asin Central was quite close to.
He won by about 16 votes there.
Yeah, exactly.
So you see, this corroborates the point I made that the northern set of the MPP, they've made a sound voice that we are for our own. We are for our own. In as much as Ken is winning Central Region, and in terms of the figures are cancelling the northern regional figures. You can see clearly that the northern part of Ghana, they've spoken loud. And the voice is clear that this is our own, this is our umbilical cord. We will not cut it off. And that is where, as a member of the NDC, we need to have key campaign team managers for the northern part of Ghana. We need to do a retail campaign. We need to find people who can diagnose and get at the solution.
Not a wholesale campaign.
No. See, we must not let it be like there's economic hardship, people are pathetic, Dr. May has lost credibility. Let me tell you, on the day of election, I've gone into an election before that, people come to the pool, they carry their voters' ID card, give me money to vote. General election. There is not like a primary, there is not like electoral college. This is a general election. People buzzed and said like there are about 50, 20 people, they say that, give us 50 cedi to vote for you.
And if you can get for them?
We're not going to vote for you.
And they don't?
They won't. They won't. So
how can I possibly, if there are about 20,000 voters in the constituency, how can I possibly give everybody?
Somebody can budget and do that.
If there are 20,000 people, that's
somebody can do that.
Ghana
Look,
cedi. Where do you politicians get your money from?
Listen to the voice of the MP for Bibiani
Anyaso. Oh, that man was he was selling textbooks many years ago. I've forgotten his name.
Hold on. Put textbook aside, put business aside. He said that I have hoarded money.
From where?
Stashed money.
He said he had dollars.
Yeah,
I heard that.
This person, if he wins his primaries, he can pay 100 Ghana to each voter in his constituency, and he doesn't give a heck.
No, just even look at what we are hearing today.
Okay.
Now, Timbaumia is giving every...
Allegedly.
No, because some people were speaking.
I don't know that for
when I was coming...
I heard that.
Yes.
In fact, I heard that Ansah yesterday.
Exactly.
So but I don't have...
So no. Yesterday, they were calling people from the voters list, the album. And they were sending 2,000 CDs. That's different by Momo. Today, people are taking 400, So assuming, let's make a rough estimate that, 200 delegates.
Yesterday when I had a 300, I did a calculation last night when I had that. So 300 by even 200,000. That's 60 million Ghana cedi.
Look,
so that's about $5 million.
Exactly. If I have that money, I won't go into politics. I will establish a cottage industry and employ people. Do you know how toxic politicking in this country can be? So, if, for example, Bawumia's team has about 80 million, this one we are talking about 400 per delegate. Rough estimate, 200,000 delegates. You are talking about 80 million. If I have 80 million Ghana cedis, I will not go into politics. As I said, I will set up a cottage industry, employ people, employ the youth, and empower them.
Some of the figures are mind-boggling.
You see the point.
I've got a few more.
So what it means is that people we are electing into, offices are milking this country.
Okay, I have heard that many times before. Whether it's Ben's party or whether it's MPP, all of you just milk us. But I don't have a proof, so I don't like to go on that tangent. They have milk. If I don't have any proof, there's nothing I can give you about it. Asene Akroso Manso. There's a constituency in the Ashanti region, my home region. Canada, Japan, 166 in Achim Akroso Manso. Dr. Baumia, 340. So Dr. Baumia is winner there. Efria Kutu 0, Adainimo 1. Abrim in the eastern region.
Abrim, yeah.
Ken Japan, 193. Dr. Baumia, 310. Dr. Akutu, 1. Honorable Adainimo, 0. Rejected ballots, 1. Of course, I've already given you the figures from Suhum. Kennedy, Japan, 201. Dr. Baumia, 591. Efria Akutu, 1. Francis Adainimo, 2. These are results from Suhum. As and when I do get any new results, but like I said, I would want to believe that the two camps, they already have the figures from all over the country by now. They don't delay like us. They would have a central pool where everybody would have sent their results.
The party headquarters would have gotten.
Yes, they should have gotten the results by now. So we'll see how that goes. As and when we do get a confirmation, but truth is, I'm not too sure there were many people who gave Kennedy Japan any chance, if you like. It's all okay. So I'm seeing a comment on Facebook of an aide that I know of Dr. Baumia. I'm seeing a comment, and this is over an hour ago, on the Facebook page of Akbar Yusuf Ruhollah Khomeini. That's probably his alias or something, but I know he's an aide of Dr. Baumia, and he's put on his Facebook wall that it's all over. DMB has made history. What that means is that they have the figures.
Okay. Yes.
What that means is that they have the figures. He doesn't put the figures there, but what that means is that they have the figures. And so if this is coming from the aid of Dr. Baumia, then they have the figures.
So Kwame, let's analyze the context and content of that statement.
Yeah.
You see,
when you say has made history, yes. What does that mean?
He's won.
Good. All that the MPP sought to do was to de-arcanize the party. And I will explain here. Many people, and even Nanado's own statement in the past, gave the indication that the MPP is for accounts. Now, the MPP did the research and realized that, okay, going to election 2024, are we going to repeat the mistakes of 2008, whereby Aliu Mahama was the mate to former President Kufuor, and instead of former President Kufuor handing over the baton to Aliu Mahama, Nanado came from nowhere and swept the baton. Now, Ghanaians or the northern part of Ghana punish us for not giving the baton to Aliu Mahama. In 2024, what then must we do? Let's find a way to de-arcanize the MPP. So if Baumia has made history, it may not reflect in the general election. You can win a war and lose the battle. And you can also lose a battle and win a war. There are two things. So the MPP can decide to win internal battle, but lose the war. And you are going for a war. And in the war that you are going for, you're going to face a political party, like that's the NDC, who has had a candidate who has been president before, come back on 2 occasions, has learned his mistakes, has polished certain things up. And in my candid view, without any prejudice to anybody, the most experienced politician currently in Ghana is Mahama. Because I am yet to see any person in Ghana who will be president, go back and come again, lose election 2 times, and so on to come the 3rd time. So in terms of experience, if you are going to do neck for neck, pound for pound, you can win the battle within and lose the war. So yes, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has made history. And the only history they want to say that he has come to de-arcanize the MPP by the establishment. And this thing they are pushing for, look, you are winning in some areas, you are losing in some areas. But when Mahama was winning in the NDC internal primaries, he won across board. And that should tell you, there's a report in the Global Info Analytics that say that If you take Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and you put 100 MPP people, about 17% will not vote for him. 17% are saying that we won't vote for you. But if you put Mahama, only 3% and you say we will not vote for you. So that means that even your core support base, you are declining. So yes, you can make history. You can win the battle and Kwame and lose the war.
He's made history, but maybe he's not made it convincingly.
And you see today, look, anytime Mahama is going on a tour, visiting communities, meeting people, you can see the euphoria from the party people. It's ubiquitous. It is not as if some people are disgruntled to the extreme. I agree that Dr. Dufour wanted to show up, Kojo Bones wanted to show up, though they could not win, but you can see the unity today. Today, because of you, Dr. Bamu Bobia, Alan is gone. He's found the butterfly party. So though you have won the battle within your party, but you've created division. We cannot say same for the NDC. After the victory of Mahama, everybody is coming on board. And that is a sign that it was an emphatic victory. It's a victory that is unifying. So today, Dr. Kwabena is campaigning for Mahama everywhere. Kojo Bonsu is doing his bit, and everybody who matters is doing his bit. Can we say same for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia? I'm yet to see that. How are they going to reunite? Look at the insinuation they cast on each other. Someone said that, oh, allegedly your aide who died some years back, you have a hand in his killing. Somebody said that you, Canada, Japan,
they are arming you guys.
That is why I'm saying that thing he posted on his Facebook is something we must dissect. And when you analyze it critically, it is again Dr. Mahmoud. You can win a battle and lose the war.
You see,
and I'm happy he won.
You know, Kwame, let me state something here. You know, I think three days ago, all the contestants were made to sign a certain.
I have my own issues with that.
Understanding that whatever the result, none of you accept it. None of you should resign from the party and all that kind of thing.
Is it to suggest that the thought process is somebody would leave?
You know, when I read the whole thing, I said, look. These people have lost the script. Why have they lost the script? A political party is not cast in stone. It's an organization people can join freely and live freely.
Yeah.
So why make people sign undertaking that they are not going to resign?
Well, they signed.
It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a knee-jerk, panic-driven action. Because they appreciate the enormity of Alan leaving the MPP.
Yes. That's the said.
Yes. And they don't want the cracks to deepen. You understand that? But you don't go and sign document. Because if one, assuming one of the losers also decides to resign, are they going to take him to court because he has signed an undertaking? No. You understand that? They themselves, they know what they have done to the NPP. They know what they have done to their party. As I said earlier on, I have a lot of friends in the NPP. I have a lot of friends in all the political parties. And, you know, there are times people within their ranks. Huh? I spoke earlier on about Kennedy Japan's temperament. You know, I spoke to somebody about this. And the person told me, compare temperament of Kennedy Adepo to Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. Kennedy Adepo is a gentleman. That Nana Addo has a more explosive temper than
maybe on a private level. He's not shown it publicly.
He's not shown it publicly. But people close to him, they know this. They know it. In cabinet, he explodes even in cabinet. You know, you see, so
CEOs would explode once in a while in a cabinet meeting, in a board meeting. CEOs may explode.
There is a saying in my language. Ntu no famari, moyomu egbioyona.
If you can translate for us.
Openye owofie umuna nenim umuna neto. Do you know what that means?
Okay, an elderly person in the house does not frown the face.
The frown should not be seen in your face.
Okay,
because
so
it's a sign of weakness for
Okay.
you to show emotions.
Yeah, that's why they say what chiefs don't cry in public. and all of that.
Exactly. You see the point? You see, so people close even to the presidency, they will confide in you and tell you, look, the man needs to work on his temper. You don't know who to talk to them. So
I'm seeing a lot of very close people to Dr. Bawumia stating that he's won. Trying to see what exactly the figures are on his, let's say, Twitter handle or any of his handles.
I wanted to make a quick interjection.
Sure.
If you look at page 56 of the October edition of the Global Info Analytics report, it talks about JDM versus DMD, that's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia versus Alan, on party affiliation. And there is something intriguing. If you put Mahama forward for election 2024, 91% of NDC people say will vote for Mahama. 91. Barring or holding all condition constant. If you come to the MPP, if the MPP were to put for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 65% says will vote for you, and the whooping 35% says no. Now, this should tell you that even the support base of the NPP has a question mark on him. That is huge. So, yes, you can win a battle and lose a war. And this corroborate my position that you can win today and jubilate. But going forward, what signal does it present to the outside world? Because if I'm an analyst, if I'm a politician, and I take two politicians or two political candidates, one of them, when he wins, his backyard 91% say, we are going to vote for you, campaign for you, die for you, go all out, make it do or die for you. On another breath, another political party says that if you make a mistake and put this candidate forward, only 65% to vote for him. And that, for me, is the danger for the MPP going forward.
Okay, so like I said, the results are coming in thick and fast. I have seen people aligned to the camp of Dr. Bawumia, and at least two of his aides now reporting on their social media portals that he has won. What they have not done is to put specific figures there. I wish they did. So, guys, you know yourselves. if you have the figures, if you can let us know to confirm what we are seeing. and what we are she won. She was winning, and Dr. Kisi has taken over there as well. So we'll see how it goes there. So let's quickly go to Christopher in Anyasumtum. Christopher has some results for us. Christopher, if you can hear me, what do you have for us from Anyasumtum?
Dr. Francis Adainimo also came through with 2 votes in polling station B. So from all indicators, we could see Kennedy Ohene-Agyapong clearly leading in both polls, and that means that from Anyasumtum constituency, he is closely challenged by his contender, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, but he has actually won the House of Delegates here. And let me also give you the total number of delegates who were expected to actually cast their votes. There were a total of some 1,498 people, and indeed at the end of it all, we saw total valid votes in polling station A being 697, whereas that of polling station B was also 686 votes. So one may ask whether records of some rejected ballots. Yes, indeed, we have some rejected ballots to a tune of 3 at both polling stations. So, Kwame, that has been the situation here. And fast forward also, I can give you data from the Wejak constituency, which I also visited because I monitored 2 polling stations. And at Wejak Bawe, we also had total expected voters, who are total delegates being a tune of some 1,204 delegates. And out of that, Kennedy Ohene-Agyapong pulled a total vote of some 672, and then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia also came through with some 434, and then Efri Akoto came through with 2 votes. Adai Francis Nimo also came through with a 0 vote in that particular contest. So that has been the situation. So from 2 constituencies that I monitored, keenly, it sends the message of a showdown seems to be resonating with the delegates.
Thank you so much, Chris, for that info there. These are constituencies in the Greater Accra region, of course. And when you look at the dynamics of the results that are coming in, the Honorable Kennedy Agyapong seem to have done very, very well in the southern states or in the southern regions, very well in the Greater Accra region, very well in the central region, very well in the western region and the western north. He did very well in the Volta region as well. Dr. Bawumia doing very well in the northern regions, and then of course in the other regions as well. Okay, so we're getting some information of preparations at the stadium. I'm not too sure what exactly is happening there. Is it supposed to crown someone at the stadium on that? Okay, so these are live pictures we are getting through from the Accra Sports Stadium, where the declaration is going to be made. So I would want to believe that the top party faithfuls are there. I see the president on the backdrop there, together with the chairman Stephen Intim and General Secretary Lawyer Kodia there. I would want to believe they are going to be making an official announcement and possibly give a speech or two concerning what has happened the whole of today. But what a job Kennedy Japan has done. It looked like Vice President Dr. Bawumia was going to win, but the performance of the Honorable Kennedy Japan, I'm sure, would have taken a lot of people by surprise, especially in the Greater Accra region, where it appeared almost all the top brass of the party were rooting for Dr. Bawumia. The results clearly say something different, unless, of course, they were telling us something different publicly, and then when they went into the booth, they changed their minds.
No, you see,
or the leaders were voting for the establishment candidates,
if you follow the
people were voting for Kennedy.
You see, if you follow the trends, info analytics analysis are on point.
Straight.
Because you see a lot of communicators for Bawumia saying he was going to hit 75 to 80%. Yeah. They've done their own analysis and all that kind of thing. You see, you see, when you're in a campaign team, you have a certain bias. You understand that? But somebody who is a free agent and doing a professional work will present his thing because he wants a certain credibility for his research findings. You understand that?
Yes.
So what Info Analytics has given us is what is playing out.
And Kwame, take a look at this. If you take Global Info Analytics, it indicated that if you take President Akufo-Addo as a president who was the establishment behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and you look at the direction and his approval rate, his approval rate today is 34%.
It's gone down. Just hold it there. I understand that we have our correspondent from Tema West, although we do have the results. Kennedy Japan won in that constituency, but we want an official confirmation of that with our reporter in Tema West. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great. So, Elizabeth, can you confirm the results we do have?
Yeah, so Tema West and Tema East, Kennedy Japan won that place. Kennedy won by 357. Bawumia, following Bawumia, 296. Akoto got 5 and Adainimu got 0. That is Tema West A. Then Tema West B, Kennedy got 378. Bawumia got 255. Akoto got 1 and Adainimu got 4. So summing everything up, Kennedy got 735. Bawumia got 551. Akoto got 6. Adainimu got 4. So when we go to Tema East, Kennedy got 327. Bawumia got 808. Akoto got 1 and Adainimu got 7.
Okay. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the results there. We had gotten it a little earlier, and Honorable Kennedy Japan had won in Tema. He seemed to have won very strongly there. He's a Tema boy. For those of you who do not know, he's lived there for many, many years down. I'm going to be checking out very shortly. My colleague Valentina Owusu-Efrie will be taking over pretty shortly. But before I go, I'll take, quick thoughts from,
If you look at the executive summary of the Global Info Analysis report, it says that the approval rate of the president today is 34%. So if you take
that's a low approval rating there.
Very low. Lowest in the Fourth Republic. Lowest ever. Then again, if you take the direction of the country, 70% said is heading the country in the wrong direction. So if you have such a personality being your establishment and leading you, 70% of Ghanaians say that he's performed poorly. 34% only approve of his verdict of his performance. So if such a person occasion your victory, then you are heading for trouble. Then again, look at, in the same report, look at how Global Info Analytics demarcated the regions. On the swing, he put Greater Accra, Central, Western, and Northeast region. And check, Kennedy did well in these 4 regions. Kennedy did exceedingly well. Now let's come to the Akan regions. You could realize that Kennedy just though came in, but did so well in the Akan regions. Go to the northern region. That is why I said that for here, it was a culture for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In the Oti region, he did so well. If you put all together, if you are going into an election and you are an establishment candidate and you cannot pull 80%, you are in trouble. Because Kennedy contested against the president, the vice chief of staff, office of presidency, office
everyone.
of... Everyone.
At least the top brass of the party.
And he pulled almost 40%. I told you here that Bawumia can never pull 70%. Because I saw the figures trickling in, and I told myself that he cannot garner 70%. So if after having national security protecting you, almost all ministers were for you, about 80% of MPP MPs were for you, almost every DCE was for you, and you could not garner 80%, then you are in trouble. And I will tell you, many people were put in the box of fear to support Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Going into the general election, some of them may see the defeat hunting at them, and they're going to be extra careful. So the people who hailed you to win the primaries may not show the same energy for you to win the general election. But for me, as a member of the NDC, it's a time to do a retail campaign, especially on the 5 northern regions. There is a region that since 2008, the performance of the NDC, though we've been winning, but at a declining rate. So we must be on the dining table.
That's why you say you need to do a retail campaign.
A retail campaign, and we must find people who can lead our victory. It is not just about this person, the most popular person. No, we must sit down, do introspection, and ask ourselves honest question. What is it that the Northern was for us from 92? And don't forget that in 92, 96, Rawlings won almost 70% in those northern regions. But today, it's a flip-flop.
Yeah.
So we have to sit back, be very honest. We need to look at Mahama in the eyes and tell him the truth. That, Oga, why are you coming from the north but we are performing? That is not about somebody who is looking for appointment or looking for anything. Tell the truth to him. So that if there is anything we need to do, dispassionately we do. That is my honest view.
So let me take a thought of Doctor, and then I check out and Val will come in.
You see, I'll be checking out with you. Because I have another engagement at 5:30. You know, it is important that those of us who are sitting at the fringes, the political parties should listen when we tell them something. You know, the problem with us in Ghana is that when you are trying to be honestly objective, there are others who sit back and want to pigeonhole you into a certain partisan, you know, place. It doesn't work out like that. You understand that? Some of us love this country. If you know the number of people who are lining up at the Western embassies to want to leave. Now a lot of people even want to leave for Russia. You won't believe it. People are just taking visa and flying out of this country. It has never happened before. Listen, I remember during the Achampon time, in the mid-70s to late 70s, Ghanaians had to queue even to buy toilet roll. But we were not despondent. In 1982, when Rawlings came the second time, 1.5 million of our compatriots were repatriated from Nigeria. We had what we call Rawlings chain. I was out of the country at the time. People had to even take their pants to go and put them in queues at kinky sellers' places, so that when they prepared the dough, they wanted to buy the dough to come and prepare the kinky, because by the time the kinky seller boils it, you won't get anything anymore.
Yeah.
But Ghanaians were not despondent. Today, there is nothing on this earth that you cannot get in any shopping mall or supermarket in Ghana. But Ghanaians are despondent. Why is it so?
There's a problem somewhere.
There is a problem. And when we talk, it's either Ukraine, COVID, or Russia. I hope Israel and Gaza will not come in the narrative.
Okay, that one has
time.
not come into the narrative
you see,
yet.
But they forget to tell us that there are other countries that have handled the COVID, Russia, and Ukraine better than us. How did they do it better than we have done? They're not telling us that.
Fair point.
You understand that? So I think about, I don't think about my children because I have done what a father should done for them. But what I have done for them, would they be able to do it for my grandchildren? That is what future I am trying to see for my generation. You understand that? So our political leaders should listen to voices of reason. You understand that? If you don't have, how do you call it, emotional intelligence, don't go into politics and want to rule this country.
Okay, on that note, let me draw the curtains to my time here, bringing you all the latest bit of information on the MPP decides. We'll do a break. When we return, my colleague Val will see you through the last section of the program as we have a conversation on the MPP decides. Thanks for staying with us and for thanks for staying with CMG across the length and breadth of this country. Bye-bye.
Hello, your family A.B. Solomon. Mibusa was say, and from so be our trosemo ana, Obakasa Ane, Ana Dabi, Dimechi, Namencho Bibi. Why na Okatre David say, on kind Israel for no? 2 Samuel 24 verse 1, Bible say, Eya Yankopon. As I'm crying, what kind our 1 Chronicles 21 verse 1, trust I'm gonna say, Nay Satan. Hey, which is which? Niana honhombone ahye ne ma Yesu tutu free ne mukogum prekomu no na omoye nipa dodo wasan. Mark 5 verse 6 Bible say na aye nipa baako. Now so sa wokan Matthew 8 verse 28 Bible say na omoye nipa mienu. Which is which? Jesus Christ or Papa Joseph ono so ne papa ye friend say Matthew 1:16 Bible say ye friend Jacob. Luke 3:23 Bible say ye friend Healy. Jumadie ye which is which? Abaso me minda wene me minda bia. Oh, CTV so 5 p.m. Repeat Thursdays 9 p.m. Ye from A.B. Solomon. Jembre na yensua de. Ye ni asofo a omote nyame asam ase. Asofo mpanimfo a omoben awo nyame asem mu ebetena se.
said, you made it and made history as well. Indeed, if it's anything to go by, like I said, it's history. For the first time, you're having a northerner going to lead the new patriotic party into a general elections.
Yes, and then for the MPP, we are not taking Doc into the election because of his religion or his ethnicity. We believe that he has the competence to lead the MPP.
Okay, hold on. Don't forget what you what you actually said.
Yes.
So I hear Nyamiche is on the lines and he says he has a question for you, Mano.
Yeah.
Nyamiche. Hello, Nyamiche. Etienne. Okay. Twazu.
Because me peda mu de baomia ni nipa na otina no mbisa no mam de taxes na baomia o use no di bo man so not the fundamental de bende ba we then de ana no di o wina o di babu bo man na mpeda mu.
Okay, yo.
Because me de na adwena o di bo man no na so no be president o di bo ata say ni nyimdi no wo no na no okita no oni nyimdi go be bia di nke dem nyimdi no odi bo man titi ana obi ani mitua no ona no odi bobo ana mpem bisa na question yo edita Ghana ko difus nkotini why them o man ni ete ya brother ma na wo discan wo top o be me nya ya Robert o mo ya da ma de no.
Meda say Nyamiche. So I hope you understood what he said.
I'm a fancy.
Okay, so that's fancy.
Half Asante. So I understand what.
So what's he saying?
Was asking. He was saying that it pains him that Kennedy didn't win.
Oh.
But what Baumia said, the fundamentals are weak here about. Is he coming to govern the country with the same tactics that he's governing with it now? So that's what.
So that's the question.
That's the question.
Yes. So I think it's a brilliant question. He has asked the question that I would have asked.
You would have asked me. Very brilliant question. And my answer is that, first of all, who is ruling this country? It's not Baumia.
How? Baumia is the vice president.
He's a vice president. We should understand that if he is ruling, he wouldn't have the opportunity to contest again. Because per the constitution, you have the power to contest 2 terms.
Yes, I agree. But I think the point is that he has a boss.
He's part of the government.
Exactly, and he's a vice president. He's not just part. He's a vice president.
No, I'm coming.
No, Mano, hold on. I have a caller. I have a caller from Ketu South. Hello, good afternoon.
Evening.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on Wezo TV. Where are you calling us from?
My name is Andrew from Ketu South.
Okay. How is Ketu South this afternoon?
In fact, we are going through a lot of things as in this country, as you know. A lot of rain also disturbing us. But I see, as we are going through this, we have never seen Dr. Baumia even bringing us nothing that we can, even one city. As today, Dr. Baumia will have a money to share to the people up to 500 cities each. I'm calling you guys to find a time to come to Ketu South, especially at Bosman, to see how we are suffering here. And that's the matter issue. But Dr. Baumia can have the money up to 500 cities to each delegate in Ghana.
So they gave 500 cities in Ketu South, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I have evidence to prove to you. They spread out to 500 cities.
Have you seen that with your eyes?
Oh, my brother. If I said I have evidence, that's me. I'll say a lot of things that I can even talk about.
Okay, so thanks to our number. I mean, the same number you just called. Send it as a text or WhatsApp to us.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you too for speaking to us. So monetization, issues of money here and there. It happens, right?
For me, I won't sit on television
and deny or run away.
No, and speak lies. It happens in both NDC and MPP.
Me, I even say even in our school body politics.
It is there. And by the figure,
it is.
Yeah, so it's a canker that we should look at.
Yeah.
But we shouldn't pretend that it's not existent. But the amount, because he's quoting 500, I saw a video quoting 400. So which is which?
Yeah. That's why I asked him to send us the evidence to authenticate it. Because we had 300 first, we had 400.
We have people being interviewed
who have confirmed. Oh, yes, I agree.
And don't forget that as far as the discrepancy in the figures, don't forget that.
the money.
Yes.
Okay. The candidate themselves don't come to the ground.
I'm not sure, Manuel.
I'm not denying the fact that
this is happening.
Yes,
it's happening
because it's there. It's in our politics.
Yes, it's.
Which one is the
You remember
truth?
I said earlier that it's something I wish we would discuss at the tail
Yeah. No, sure, we will.
I wouldn't pin it down only to. It would not be fair to want to pin it. No, not at all.
And
It's a
that's what
national
I'm saying.
problem.
That, look,
it is
because even if at the school level, and if you're not careful, it will go down to even senior high school elections.
Yeah.
Where we'll go and select
even
our
assembly
SPC.
election.
Yeah.
Assembly election when you are going there.
So I have a caller from Bogosu. I have a caller from Bogosu. Good evening. My producer says it's evening. Hello. Good evening. Hello.
Yeah,
good evening. Yes.
I'm
You're calling us from
enjoying your show
Bogosu.
this evening. Hello.
Say again. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. May I know your name and where you're calling us from?
I'm really enjoying your show from Bogota.
Okay.
I'm Macarius calling from Bogota.
Okay, Macarius from Bogosu. Okay,
I'm
Macarius,
really
go ahead.
Your show this evening.
Okay. Okay, so Macarius, I know what you're doing. Please, okay, please move away from your TV set or just turn down the volume so we don't go back and forth. Okay. All right, Macarius, we are grateful. I'm happy that at least we've heard from somebody from Bogosu. Yeah, Bogosu. Yeah, that's fine.
We were talking about Bawumia being part of the.
Yeah. He's not just anybody in government. That's the vice president.
That's the vice president. Per Article 60 of the
Constitution.
Constitution. Per Article 60 of the Constitution, it outlines the duty of the vice president.
In that same constitution, it tells us the role the vice president plays when the president is not around.
Thank you very much.
There were a series of times the president traveled and he acted as president.
Exactly, I'm not denying
so I'm saying that. Yes. So we can't just describe Dr. Bawumia as any member of the government.
No, I've never said he's just any member of the government. I'm saying that when people say he's the one ruling, that's what I'm saying, that he's not ruling now. He's the vice president.
Okay.
Therefore,
whatever he will do, I think the bottom line is that whatever he will do after 2024, couldn't he have done that same thing? Because and I'll refer you to the issues about the economy. But I understand we have a caller on the phone. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
Yes. May I know your name and where you're calling us from? Nyamyadom na uswe.
Me friend you were saying no. Sergio Sobuako. Ya be me shaibu. The American say abado matu ni sesiano. Media me kano do kura me NDC ni na no be the me pa na menya no. And the percentage me pesa ba umienya no. And one na wenya no. Because me 1% not me say Ken. Obenya be the abado me so beti now we need controversies ni bebresa. Because Bawumia some more catch the Ghana former ye to abama no. And I don't know who know me say me what say we are so say you be railway lines no. I'm not going to do the yes cars. But also can say obenya sky train e ma na pasoro. Na some more can no say see I dey try by 2024 we dey who dey be see what Ghana. Because we see what bet me I compare about MPP no. What they dey nyakupa ballot box to see what near the Abonsa Gesiwa, Obeya agent Amabonsa, because the Ghana goes is there. What media campaign ma MPP there, and you never to me the vote here free, and you have a group.
I think I understood up to a point, but where he mentioned Aponchi something
Yes, so he says that if you can campaign for the MPP, then if you should put a ballot box here and God is contesting against Satan, you can be an agent for Satan. But that's the beauty of
politics. Well, he's entitled to his opinions anyway.
Let me come here on that.
Yeah, quickly. Then Angela can also have a bite.
You see,
Angela doesn't look too happy. But you're okay.
MPP has won, so we are all
okay. But Remy, I'm going to ask you to hold on. Ernest from Takrady is on. Ernest, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, let's hear from you. What do you make of the results coming in so far?
I'm not actually an MPP member, but I'm a floating voter.
Oh, okay.
It really excruciates me that Honorable Kennedy Japan didn't win. Just because if we the youth, if we have
Mama Kwaba biom eba CTV so ewo nkranman mu na se wo hwe yen ewo Facebook my CTVGH. We are also live across all our platforms, the English and Chi, Accra 100.5 on Facebook, Class 91.3. It's our coverage of the NPP's presidential primaries, November 4, 2023. If it's na part non son, yenemwa ne din sawoso, nana meja ko, ene shase, ena minua be ma Kwame Jumajiman, en so toaso, freedom ko, ekopim, akasima mienu na nonuma bo. Se say abo nonuma paho simedu. Midin de Valentino for your free mena. Ja me be di sa final lap dwumadie ho chiame e wo CTV so ene Accra 100.5 on your FM dial, Class 91.3. We're also live on affiliates across the country. Ho FM is in the Volta regional capital, Dagban FM in the northern region. Adishie in Kumasi FM, Susao Kumasi, Ta DFM, Sunyani FM, any Amansantin time Fidiano, so YouTube, also CMG. Feel free to interact with us. I'm sure say o start ya utie ya na say wo hwe ewo CTV so and I say ewo Accra 100.5 utie Class 91.3. Results ni bia ba ma Kwame ne na pamfo abobo so ma ye analysis ni bi. Now there was a projection for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Nkrofo ne bi ka say obenya 80%. Ebi so ka say obenya 70 and 76. Sesia results ayenya provisionally. Ye mo akomwa ebi wo ye Facebook ene classfmonline.com. Okay, kabo mo Dr. Bawumia vote ne na 58.63%. Into no, it falls short of the 70% na amount for Eke Kamano. What does it mean for the NPP? Na Mamen Kai will say, Ansah na ye ba na wo share infoni videos bi the Dr. Bawumia Coalition Center na amount for ahihye fita omo tonyom na chese omani age ene saa na ye beko Accra Sports Stadium eho and a final declaration of the results and the unveiling of the NPP presidential candidate for election 2024. Omobeye, minya pelolenu ewo ho. Inti se emrebe mwa yebeko ho na de ebekọ so nyina no ye ne wache na emom enya me kwa na mba be di sa dwumadie yi me wo me nua mema panyimfo mienu wa ha listo wo Nana Kusi Poku executive director good governance advocate group Ghana ote mensabonkum so say my far left wa chef fita anase fufuo ne che no so de onkonya ho na mini yo se victory no ba me victory ni ti na wa she fita na se victory fufuo bi wo ho listo me ma adwuma akwa ba
yeah
wona mwe
e ho ani mehefo
bibi aboko
obi kan ye se efie ya nka banka na yensa ka obi kan ke be peden wa enioma ekochiwo ewo mani mu sebi ye penny pumasi brentina edu baby ana ebehia se ye be free a comfort zone I try our best a big man can be bamin cabin so I found him to my pefra na adwenkyerɛ nyina ye be kyerɛkyerɛ ya adwen na ye ho kwan ye be fa so a on my way be fa to my pefra.
Any reason for the white?
Well, whatever the outcome, no, I believe say it will be victory for Ghana because it will be the beginning of Osuna Okofie. And you can tell it from the air coastal across the country. And Ghana is going to have the second independence. This time not from colonial master Bia Bruni, but from slave master Bibini Ghanania. Ono edi Ghanani, ne yonko Ghanani eko nkwasumu. And so we share from day one yeah adwen say ye be di MPP primaries you know. Eloma be brave na ba. So many are the fallouts and I'm sure say ye benya bra church mu adomo esuko ama Ghana fo no enya a very clear picture as to why I think say whoever wins is a victory for Ghana because it will make the Ghanaian know say they are on the way to the Dr. Kennedy Kayano to be chased into the bush. It, you know, it's a victory for Ghana. The collapse of the MPP is a victory for Ghana, and that is why I'm in white.
Okay, yo. Enya binya listo on kwana mne wa ha. Yenwa panyin so wa ha. Manim ni ye kan lawyer Kwame Jantwa. Osa CEO for Africa Energy Consortium. Lawyer. Makwa. Nyame adomo.
Bako.
Mi we fi bako ho.
Eh, we fi bako no kra na hia kese.
Sa. Mpacha no ni de.
Political Affairs Chair CPP.
CPP.
Yes.
Aha.
Yes. Aha.
No de hu hia. We ni hia.
Enti se party CPP mu. Convention People Party. Ya papa Kwame Nkrumah party no. Political Affairs. Ono no tesa akonwa nim. Ono ye chairman.
Valentina na tise.
Nyame ado. Na so e.
Ikokromo.
Sa.
Ekro ide.
Asem ko a.
Asemom.
Sa.
But I say ye. Ese krono ye. Bebi a krono si kono.
Enko ye on.
Atofa.
Okay.
Atofa. Ese timi tsene no. Na tsene ye betene no. Meni ni say party back up. Bebi a say Ghana edru no. Enye party back wasem.
Sa. Also United Force and Obian Sofa.
Ese timi hwe baby a ye gina sese ya. Ade a ye betimi aye atene no. Okay. Me MPP for omo ye a omaye. Nanka me pe kwan bia at least no me 10. And sana ombeko super delegates no kra. Omunye debate. And come here debate because we enya omo members nkwa na omkasa kire wo mo. Yenye MPP for. Yenye NDC, CPP for. You be so a omo ye NDC. You be so a omo ye PNC. Nanka wo mo kan kire say eyi no ye de ma wo mo a
Dear
Nombeya Assanema. But what do you say? Nina, yeah, that's it. It's on boat. Otherwise, they be only say Ghana for year to boat politics. Hey, Dr. Bobie, wait, yenko asem pi. Bibia ye gina say ya, you see kasem ye. And now make a TV station be so. Me say abanya street lights won't even fix it. Our street lights paramount to the people. Because on a Jonam, a Kanye and Kwamwa, you may pity me see. Abanya won't even street lights. As simple as that, no. Send a bit in your soil economy. Now, actually, say, MPP, woman, me and soil economy. Making a general big regional.
The economy, no, some might blaming on a lot of external factors. Russia, Ukraine war, COVID-19.
Okay. Mamimusa Assemba. Galamse, if a Russia Ukraine war ne a COVID-19.
Baby.
Umatima ya baby.
I'm sorry, my baby.
Nah. Umatima ya baby. Say a baby ejine, umatima ya baby. So where your water bodies in Kwan. Now me call taprade. Multiply mo na me hwe form. It means the day so no. Aya brown is going into the sea. Umatimia ye hu bibi. Umatimia ye hu hwe. Your water bodies are ye galamse wo nyina. The kind of children that are coming out of galamse
a lot of deformities.
A lot of deformities. Umatimia ye hu bibi. Now corruption no any galamse mu. Politicians ni galamse mu. Foreigners ni galamse mu. Into omanti anye bibia kra to galamse community me. Two things are country a bit number form corruption ni galamse. Umatimi aso.
But President Akufo-Addo mekai Ghana Bar Association conference Cape Coast. He stated that corruption a perception, and a lot of people have accused the Crawford of being corruption and being corrupt. Omun to mean for evidence and by now corruption cases are not swat no my and a lot of people have been cleared.
One of what is how the woman who vote man no ye be the president to sound of dream. Typical example. Me I mean about a friend saying Dapa. The quantum of money and shenifie who ye public figure. Obeti me kan ho bi. Aye cobra. Where you could be yeah, you compare yourself to one more. Uncle Nas Obijina. It is one no case or no president, no. Say, Omashim. Shame much evidence, no. Omuchero. What can't so much more? Omi evidence, how do you believe what he's saying?
Oh, say I was saying Kofa a bomb would be so why corrupt no police or their investigation, but
Omo they check the people
has been prosecuted.
I mean, Casa back on Valentino. Here, anybody who decides to go into political office, your first responsibility is service to the people. That's your first responsibility. Who do you say? Who serve people? Into BBA people are concerned about. It is your responsibility to make sure that the people know. Do we know those they say have traded have done no corruption? Do we know? Media, do you know? Then one say I can't say no, you janasa. Debbie, show evidence. So I where am I so born no. Enyampa. Say yeah man who say enyampa.
Until recently at OSP Day, Charles Edubon he by your case in the Galamsey economy there now say just said Dr. Bobie about 200,000 appearance fee influence peddling and yet corruption.
Influence peddling never you won't crack them. Oh you crack them. So there's a law, criminal law, Criminal Offences Act 239 to 240. the responsibility of a public figure in terms of these types of things. And my patch say, did he not take an oath before acceding that position? We was our dynamic interview. What was his intent? Didn't know him. What I see, who says he can't be mono. Considering that what take oath. When I can't know what in one thing I can't change a cratchy. You can't out the me faso no. And you can't am a pet. In the interview now, we jai, no sorry, no boy. I'm passing me back. What Timmy can say, Vice President, money 200,000 now. The be one can. A coin band of fast with the cancer. Not just one Vice President, you be done now. You offer 40,000. So 40,000 one crown a kind. It didn't know bear more. It didn't know bear more. The crime away and to say you anytime there on crime no and expire. There's no expiry date on crime. And he said OSP. Abba, like I said, influence peddling. Yeah. Because for me, the OSP does not have the right to be judge and jury.
That's true.
One no there when you evidence no. One fan court. One fan court. One fan court attorney general. One fan court na court in case akwedo one guilty. Ade go you guilty. Who there one fan say there be you catch us investigate. Into we investigate here no. Evidence no abenya no. Who decide say there be emaso. Titru. OSP. Only Ansah Jumada. So it was part and parcel of Ansah's company. And the president friend or catcher and said, investigate teachers to do what? Who said then That's what called president. No catcher president. President. Only a Korea or yes, recording of the Dubai. You know Jumada. There could be conflict of interest. It is true. Mami me who free mo. Na me fama me next thing command. No hweko. Oh yeah. So how do you think that the work he did no can be said to be clean? How? Yeah.
And the opening remarks now lawyer Kwame Jantuana he's the chair political affairs CPP, also a lawyer. And no MPP day. NPP has been touting breaking the AIDS agenda slogan. Almost say Obema ombe ni neno onu no obedi party nanim obetu franka. Now I ensure say history is made in the Republic of Ghana. Na party atna so more than 8 years. And on it NPP agenda for 2024. In TNNO, delegates over 200,000 across 267 constituencies because party headquarters had an election center plus other areas as well. Now votes nearby no who be what sem MPP share bo so best started voting 7 omodio say yo starting term except a few constituencies and some polling centers are and nyoma baku mienu bi a delay ya omentimi ansha sentem omo share bo say by 4 p.m. no me declare results na wie mekobo no nsia results ni bebre aba ya ye collation omo ka so be unveil onipa corner party na yi no so oni o manim nye campaign Embreki 8 2024 ewo Accra Sports Stadium. And Shishaya Air preparations are underway. Some supporters are already there singing, dancing, jubilating. We will go there. But let's still come in studio. I'm sure you have a thought or two about what has happened. Send your votes in Ako. Canada Japan performance. No why a surprise that now. Is it really a showdown, as he said? Because me Kaiser or Kache MP for Ewutu Senya East, maybe Sawa Kumsen say. Ne hna no pe obewini ampa de ose ayo we biti Dr. Baumia was our constituency ho. And then some other constituencies are sitting MPs via no openly declare support Dr. Bawumia. How does this play into the NPP parliamentary primaries ebe baso February na me adoma next year ni nyina ye beka ho asem ewo CTV ene Accra FM, Class FM. So feel free to join us with your thoughts, your comments, your contributions, whatever you think about it. But my main discussion free listo also. Listo I'm sure you've been monitoring what has been happening in the polling centers, constituencies. Generally, what's your impression about the NPP's presidential primaries?
Well, my many kind chat for Nyashefo. My Jibre 80 Jumedi. Na mencha lawyer. Made them friend my lord. Very, very learned. In fact, we tap a lot of inspiration from his prowess. You know, Mishiana Nemeniaji. Val, NPP election, I will not speak as a member of the NPP. I will speak as a good governance expert. And I don't want to have issues with anybody who feels I'm maybe doing what I have to do. I mean, a medical issue that, you know.
Disclaimer.
The Dika, I will see who say democracy, Muno, and she say, a woho, a sefata say, Amayuku this one, and no na omu this one. A febi meka se ane, a febi meka se debi. Yes and no, because election, a definition. And bibia ewo amayoku mu a efa election ho bia no e wo se ye hwe no from a kwan a ye fa so e define elections.
Okay.
For example, mainly asakoye intra party eye amayoku na mu elections no. Se wo hwe abra amayoku no edibetu dwa se ewo se omoye omo efranka tufo elections na me hu ni se se eche kakra but penifo se oba che dwaya e bia na osisi no but ni nyina mu no me de madwen ye me se eche kakra because o hwe part in the constitution na o se mo wa ban mu a emfie mienu a mode eko election mu no e wo se munya frankatufo nti se ho no se wo de eko emra mu a otimu se sintobi e bae de toso biu eye nipa dodo a na omo contest se on person mo ye frankatufo e wa man yoku ni mu no say constitution no at some point ya amend party constitution ne man koye say nipa domo a ebeba betwa ehia se on pese o mudi frankatufo akonwa no so omodoso echen enumu a ewo se edu ba bia omo hwe ansoma ne beka nipa num eno ho wo hwe owura Bawumia kene Japan alanchematin adenimo akoto afriye jogate ene kofi kunadu apreku boache jakon ana alan maboni din dada enti sani padu ya omukọ akansie no ebe wi ase no omunya enipa nsia na chese mienu de omu abeboso ana ewo se yehwema baako ora danimo ne eye boache jakon ena boache jako si fom ene ka ora danimo ene nipa adenimo alanchematin kene Japan okoto afriye ene eye Bawumia at some point de mi hu ye ne se akoye te se nipa ni nyinaa no aban ne wo ni favorite.
Okay.
Of course, etimisi but Baumia de no na akoye se enye obi a owa mayoku ni mu dada. Ansah na obeye Franka tufo abedi akire ama owura
Nana do danko
Ekufuado. Enti de ekoba ene se ekoye nipa pi nwanwa. In fact me I am nwanwa papa se obi frɛ kire aba na afei no oba be
di anim.
Medi adom na especially unim MPP amayuko na the way enioma aye so traditional aye much of conservative a year just ye bibia no ye the history na attached enti se wo hwɛ from that angle na akoye to say eye ensusuye se nipa omo edi aban ne no omo na omo pese omo to a omo ho so enu nti na ama ora Baumia wenya sa blessing no from the establishment no enu nti ekoba se omo de twitwitwi eba nipa binum te se ora lanchematen wo hwe enioma Alan State ya enu nti odi fra mayokunim even when he was part of nipa numu a omo ababedru empempen so se yensan koto omo so aba no na je se uhu ne clearly say ewo establishment ni trimu say ekwan bia so no se na ebroni ka se by hook or crook no ewo say ye ma ye candidate ne win enu nti no wa wodi achi no wa hwe ya betu sika egu na je se hu hia se amayoku a ye free baby na eba na ene akoba se bi obi kura ba be kan ye ho ba be running mate for 8 years or be vice president for 8 years na me so no enye me a ke bi kura ka wa ma meye candidature in 2007 but for the magnanimity of Alan Chematinka Kufuado kontimi meye Franka Tufo emma amayoku no na se wo hwe se bi metru wakohwe nkwa na wo betru mi akohwe wuo na ye twitwa nantini animguase me agent party agent ye koto aba afi wo bro no mo de pencil ne we wo na ni kontiba nioma bibi basa aje se akodu ba bi a ye dru amanfo so wo se ye kaya no na Alan Chematin si form so wo hwe bedru ba bi a Alan Chematin si form party response crowd mo de ba no they couldn't rebut any one statement Alan here except to lie about some of the things e be to say nioma na Alan kan no de ni nyina gugu akwam no ni kwan so resigns and ade nioma atoto akwam ni nyina no ade a me feel say sinto ni nyina bia
okay
to the point say campaign ni so ye Kenya Japan enam ha o kan asem in fact of all the four no nipa mete nano ne kasa in terms of policy a ebi a ode boa party ma ode be boa ne man Kenya Japan
okay
ena ababedru pempen so se ene ye koto aba ejebo eja
nya bedri mo hwe o TV so any Facebook so no ya regional breakdown of the results ye declare into ye start free central region Canada Japan ni home region onya 10,828 votes ona number 1 e ballot no so and as I mean kasa ono na oye number 1 o ballot no so because ya to aba na wie Dr. Mahmoud Baumia onya 6,159 Dr. Usu Free Akoto onya 47 ena Francis Adenimo enya 38 inti clearly no Kennedy ohene Japan sani okan e won the campaign him no oka say the central region is his region inti empower fa na say udi amanyo achi a ubehu say central region no very very important because that is a swing region say ube win any national election Yakasa Greater Accra region plays a very important role. Central region also plays a very important role in that region.
The swing role.
Yes. So, Listo, Central region 10,828. They say no. Acquire comparison between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Kennedy Japan because some more cannot me say. O man sheda nko yesa. 6,159, 10,828.
Val, menya surprised. Menya surprised at all because so we share a choir of us so in a campaign talking about Kennedy Japan of us in a campaign now. Obia Sebi or war skill bia or the analyze issues bia no bet me who say ade we enya nwanwa
okay
ni any region ena enkitahudi a woni party na di no kesipa no tai gina na region ho because we share from 2004 2008 2012 2016 2020 most of the activities are a course was central region on the na or the pivot around which a new money revolve into central region no say Dr. Bawumia create me 6,159 no because one enkita hudie with central region no kendia no was ropa but I was saying who say incumbency so it me play a role okay because appointees are who do free central region more direct influence our party so in the region no say omo etai Dr. Bawumia chi say omo ne ken the besia nia I'm surprised say what me I make that figure no but ebi also esa so ye me wan so say one man etimi ama omo show down because we share nipadomo a omo free central region and I share all the constituency chairmen a omo central region omo ahonkeka towards Bawumia campaign eno ne ma ebinum timi ye bold ka che Kennedy Japan say home region e krampo no ubelusu tu Bawumia
because of Ansah kasa
yes or kasa the constituency kra no obelusu se me kai enoma na ekoso especially eko asen north nketahudi a ye ne omo a omo wo Kennedy Japan constituency di ye omo ye delegates omo a omo ekura party no edi ya me kai se na omo ka enoma bi se Kennedy Japan on say president me kai but it got to a point omo a no more constituency no only omo din kita ho omo timi ka say oh as say no why refined
okay
and to a large extent as a power fear we and I'm sure they have epitomized that okay. In the election
the lawyer obaka bibi ka kansa na call next region TV
Kennedy Japan there is what you say Chamatine factory central region
yeah
and a free Shanti the just said microphone no more on me sure so we do move to Ken
okay
because Chamatine woman kabon say a whole vote no for Ken and
Kebeba form
even Vice President Bawumia kono so Kebeba form
and just nka Alan Ankwa we could be heading for a possible runoff
could be
yeah
it could be say no say no sika no central region swing region Greater Accra swing region the western region so swing region but this goes to reflect on the election
yes
it's a good reflection on the election there's a Vice President Bawumia when Timi anya a certain percentage of the votes say and can you 70-80 no more can when Timi anya say he doesn't have control over the party
yeah
President Akufo-Addo on time when you are 80% full
and he's going against a candidate of the NDC who had over 98% votes
Juma wo ho na Juma wo ho no e threefold mine a triangle
okay
Dr. Bawumia he has to deal with Alan Chermatin and has to deal with President Mahama which one does the emphasis go on? So what take the Ansah Martin aka 2 days ago? Said sad duopoly no MPP NDC say to twene. Utimi who said he's going to go for the juggler where Bawumia is concerned.
Yes.
Mahama is going to go for the juggler where Mahama is concerned. Whether Mahama will go for the juggler for Alan is something to find out. Inti, no, where will Bawumia's emphasis be? So the emphasis Koma or Alan's side no.
He leaves Mahama.
He leaves Mahama. Mahama can easily slip in. We don't know the kind of relationship between Mahama and Alan, whether there will be any. We don't know even at this point the kind of relationship with your friend saying Ken. How Kenny is going to play in the whole mix? Obebo Mahama Bawumia kakra. Obeko Alan ho.
Oh, how will it based on the a bond normal signing or say irrespective of the results, they accept defeat and then campaign for the NPP for elected.
It is not. It's not binding. It's not binding. The Constitution under fundamental friends saying human rights. Human rights. Freedom of association, freedom of speech. So they realize there would have been defections.
Okay.
Because they weren't happy. They not honorable Ansah Martin.
Okay.
So, and the fact say it looks as if the whole thing was tainted to one side, created this kind of dissatisfaction between all of them. Okay. Now, how Bawumia can bring the party together.
Okay.
Including the friend saying, Ken. Now, will Ken be a loose cannon? What would be President Akufo-Addo's role? Say, ye flag bearer. Now they say, ye flag bearer. You become a lame duck president.
Yeah.
What would be his role? Will he still have that control in the MPP to be able to move things? Will Bawumia be able to show his credibility and his credentials as having power? Will it be that the Dankwa Buzia Dombo tradition that they have, will it be that now that Bawumia has come on board, he would be the Dombo? Will the Ashantis decide that the part in the area into and if they don't penia, where will they go? Will they go the Alan Gafrafranto way?
Or they go
There's a lot of cocktail within the going heading to the election, which makes it very interesting. But the question then you then ask is that are they presidential material? That is the question.
That's the question for the gods. And the OT region results in Canada, Japan, 1,311. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 3,591. Also Efria Koto 36. Francis Adenimo 27. Again, Dr. Bawumia 3,591. Canada, Japan 1,311. It looks quite close from where I'm sitting. People projected say even Ken Benyasa number of votes now, and I said it was going to be a straight win for Dr. Bawumia in the OT region.
The main thing is the final percentage that comes out. Winning in a final percentage that comes out in terms of control of the party. That will really decide who has the ultimate power in the party. So 70-80% here. Dr. Bawumia if they can get it there, then he might have that control. How he uses that control to is going to be a difficult thing to know. Now, so we share Nikasa Moa, Bra way campaign. Maybe a kind of feel say because movie campaign now, you want to come back
as a united front.
There's a work coming once and be a member. Why would I come and unite with you? Oh, yeah, we have it to go. It's MPP for there. They know how to come together. But we know a bad thing. Because you don't have somebody who is there who is a unifier. Why? President Kufo, almost as a frame. President Kufo do. Tente no dos do. President Kufo is concerned. Can he pull people together? I doubt it. Into wine pan a bit me aye.
Say flag bearer na o me you don't know say o yes say
no bit me. So Dr. Baumia, does he have that strength to pull people together? Sometimes if he had that strength to pull people together, sometimes Alan won't free more. Okay, started here no. Alan started here so walk on. Uncle Homan say o timi shinaba say cratchy. Pacho. Yenisa. You be bubu. Ya pre. Hwe, they be amicus same way. Them say a Ghana party for women. They should take every political party should take lessons from the CPP.
Okay.
Ghana form per party and they like to see a party that is together and strong. They say depending on what Kennedy also says. Now I say Kennedy is not easy. Apart from that, he has a medium to do it. He has a TV station, and people listen to him.
Yes.
It will determine really whether Baumia will go forward or not. How is Dr. Baumia going to absolve himself from where the country is today? What's you know he made? How?
So, you know, implement. Maybe we wait me action na dream, but what shall I do?
Debbie. President Akufo-Addo ba no dey no ka chere.
O so the neighbor be buana economy na yi.
Was it he's an economic guru? Yes, the EMT is in his hands. Pachotio, President, Vice President Baumia, he's been with us for 16 years old. When you nipa foforo, waka se no ye mate. And now come back 5 years bia, and now 4 years bia, metiase. But you've been there all through, in opposition
from 2008
and in power. Thomas Okase, you could not sit with the president, with the Minister of Finance, to actually, especially you being in the economic field, to actually tell them that this way we are going is not right. E-levy, anka bibi wo ho. E dia no kan wo ho. What's it there be? So e-levy no e ba no. You say this here no. Enya papa, you can't impose it on the people. What happened? They still did it.
Yes.
Women tina sem. So how can he say he's a mate? How? So, what is he going to do to change things? 100% meeting. A whole party, they have been in power. Economy not say, okay. How do you absolve yourself?
Ebi after ye omu outdoor no na o man speech a na ebe hu kwan kra o person faso as the leader of the party. Na Savannah region results no me interesting because say Dr. Baumia free north into he has the strength to pull people from the north along. Kennedy Japan managed to get 1,028 votes, whilst Dr. Baumia got 2,603. That was Savannah region. Savannah. I like the chorus. Let's say, 1,028, 2,603. And that's 100% in from the north for. Sir, not just on one home region, no.
Chimpe.
We are delegates, we are delegates. So, President Mahama, also free no. Dr. Baumia, also free no.
Yes.
The patches a by election, a by tarry.
And it's depending on Sunday elections, Yakui, saying him saying Kofobi company tia Kennedy Japan, and no can say. Omo campaign, he will come after them. And he's even said, say, on support NPP aspiring member of parliament, and I say MPBR in the primaries. And we know the more seats you lose in the regions in elections.
The thing is, how will that affect governance going forward? How will it affect our governance in 2024 going forward? Because the likelihood is that elections, a bit near second round.
Presidential.
Who will be the kingmaker in that second round? Is it likely that Shematin can win? So if a crowder who pull here last weekend, the walk.